Races. Good to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Big afternoon with a pick six carryover of just over $51,000. That will begin in race number 3. We're 10 minutes away from kicking off this Thursday card. Good to have you with us. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, and a difficult sequence in this pick six, but fun to have this carryover today.
No, I agree. I mean, I think this is something that we've come up a lot when we've talked about pick six carryovers. They're not races that are filled with super short prices, horses you can lean on a lot. And I think one of the biggest questions in this pick six we're going to talk about shortly is whether or not Collaboration, who is clearly the best horse in today's 7th race, but is she going to be effective sprinting?
Yeah, cutting back to a sprint distance for the first time by English Channel, who's known obviously for going longer on the grass. We will see. Today's action presented by Claiborne Farm. We'll bring you the entire card. That carryover, exact number, $51,725, begins in race 3. Feature race, that's 7th. I'm going to look at the field and the amount of runners in the pick six sequence where we were on earlier talking through the entire card, and it's tough to, I guess maybe that 4th race with Steel Loot. Chad Brown has 2 runners in the race, but maybe that's a horse where people will narrow down.
You like the 3 in that race, so even you're picking against that, so we'll see how that works out.
Meanwhile, the main event, that 7th race, 6 furlongs sprinting on the grass. First level allowance condition race, and that is the one you were talking about, Collaboration, who comes in off a win and then second beat a half length in a stake against the very informed Moon Age Daydream at 1 mile and 1/16. Now this horse will try sprinting for the very first time in her career.
She's in great form, and interesting how Linda's sort of gotten her to rate, Linda Rice, her trainer, because she's a horse that used to be a forward in all her races. Now she's rated a little bit more, though she showed more speed in this race, and she ran well in here. Good trip or not, it's a horse who's clearly improving. But, you look at this race, we're getting the end of turf season. So this is a New York bred. The options for running this horse are pretty much out, unless Linda wanted to take a shot and try the horse sprinting. So she's sprinting. This is not a New York bred race, but there's just no race for her unless she runs an ear. So I guess Linda's going to take a chance, and you can't blame her.
I'm excited. I think it's the biggest question mark on today's card, how she's going to handle going 6 furlongs as opposed to a route race. Her form, it's very strong coming in. Meanwhile, Marco T, Salib, Golden Rocket won this race, scratched today, but second and third place finishers coming out of this race back on October 10th.
Yeah, I mean, Salib, I kind of don't understand what happened. This horse was cruising on the lead and just absolutely stopped. Marco T, no real excuse, just ended up being second to a horse that ran a little bit better. I kind of think Salib is a little more interesting because she has these races, and who knows, maybe she'll be a little bit better if she's not forward near, when reflexivity drawing into the race changes the race dramatically because she's the morning line favorite and she's the controlling speed. But maybe that'll help a horse like Marco T, who needs some pace, but I think reflexivity could be her race to lose on the front end. I'll be interested to see how they bet this race, whether or not reflexivity's speed will make her favorite over Collaboration, who has been in raging form. Interesting, competitive race, and I went in a completely different direction with the number 2 cutting back for Bill Mott. It was a bit of a wild card.
Yeah, no matter where you wind up in that race, so as you said, you have to pay strong attention to the also eligible that draws in, who now looks like that's the 11 reflexivity is going to control that race up front. You can play it all. This pick 6 carryover that begins in the 3rd, and a pick 5 that begins in just 7 minutes with the first race on our card by getting signed up at Naira Bets. Bonus 200. Code to use at sign up. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com. Let's set up the opener. $30,000 Maiden claiming 6 furlong sprint. And a difficult race to begin it if you want to go after this early pick 5. Right now the favorite's the 7. Vamonos drops in for a tag for the first time.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised this horse is favored. I know we haven't seen her now for 3.5 months, but I didn't think his race was that good. It seemed like every race was getting worse. Maybe he'll run well fresh, but I expected the horse on the outside, well suited to be favored here, getting back to the dirt and dropping for Bill Mott.
Kick things off with Valid Connection. It's just start number 2. Only beat 1 horse in the debut.
Yeah, I listen, it's a second-time starter, dropping a little bit, but hard to be too excited.
The 2 here drops out of a much better race at Laurel. That was going 1 mile.
Yeah, both of us like Real 11 here. Now, I don't think I'll take less than 4-1. Was bet the debut and had an eventful trip.
Tapit Stepper went by, has a race 4 back that makes him a contender. The next 3 do not.
Agreed.
Papa Nico's boy, second on dirt.
Taking interesting amount of money for a horse that did no running against slightly tougher first time in the dirt. The best thing about that horse is the Eddie Barker barn.
Should have speed, did not show it. Stretching out on dirt.
Skeptical.
Papa Polly P, second start.
I think this is an interesting horse if you're looking for a bit of a price. A horse that comes out of a better race than it may look on paper.
Let's go, let's go. Rudy Rodriguez with a 7.
Yeah, I'm not going to be shocked if this horse is effective, but I'm surprised the money the horse is taking.
First on dirt, Thunder Princess, the 8.
Yeah, I mean, the pedigree's probably leaning a little more towards turf, especially Temple City.
Yeah, and well suited, taking play on the outside for Bill Mott.
I know this horse would be favored. Comes out of one dirt race against significantly better.
5 minutes from this opening race. On the card coming up, pick 5 pool up and over 6 figures. How do they look warming up? Let's head downstairs, check in with Maggie Wolfendale. Hi, Maggie.
Hey, Greg, and we'll take a look here at the horse coming in from the Mid-Atlantic for trainer Brittany Russell in number 2, Real Elliptic. And looking at him as he is a son of Authentic, and for the most part, what I've seen from the progeny of this sire is that they do want more ground. So I understand debuting him at the mile, but things didn't go necessarily that well. He was kind of cut off and bumped early out of the gate. He got to the outside, and then when he got in the clear, he got quite headstrong whilst 4 wide, and then was done at the quarter pole. Looking at him, I also see longer. With those blinkers coming off, though, maybe it will settle him just a bit more. But really, his physical prototype doesn't say that shorter is ultimately going to be better. Now, he looks incredibly fit here, really well turned out. I just don't know how good he is necessarily, as we'll move on to number 6, Papa Polly P. Going to take a shot with this horse who I think could be speed. He showed good speed, then he kind of chased, but he never switched leads down the lane. He kind of looked a little bit awkward. I'm not thrilled about this pick, but I didn't really want to take Vamonos as the favorite. I didn't love the way he traveled late. But he is a little bit of a heavier body type, a little bit broader, and while he still might need a race, I like the fact that there is that speed element with him. So arguably could be a little bit more tucked up even now in his second start, but I just think Jose Gomez should just get this guy out of the gate and go for it. As Vamonos, he'll be turning back. Now, I do like the progression mentally and physically with this horse throughout his young career so far, as he does come off a little bit of a break, and he's gotten a nice warm up there by Katie Davis, has really gone on mentally, which I really appreciate. I was intrigued when they stretched him out. I don't necessarily love shorter for him, but it's fine. And I don't mind him as the favorite, as I do prefer him over the other short-priced horse in here who's dropping down in class in number 9, Well Suited. I mean, he's a new gelding. He looks like a filly. He just does not carry much conditioning at all. It was the case when he was still a colt. So really lacks a lot of muscle mass and strength. And for me, that just steered me into some other directions. And 2, he just doesn't look like a sprinter whatsoever, Greg. So the 2 short price horses, I do prefer Vamonos.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Vamonos right now. 5-2 favorite. Looks like the public is settling in there, although Well Suited not far behind.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about Vamonos. I guess the best thing to say is the biggest figure the horse ever ran was the first time, and maybe off a layoff the horse will run better. But you're looking at a horse that got progressively slower with every start, and you want to say, okay, the third was a mile. Well, what was the big excuse second time? Say he lost to Moplex, but so what? I mean, it was 7-horse field. 3 other horses beat him besides Moplex. So I don't really know. Out in Bale, who won on the turf. And I don't, maybe the money is significant for this horse. I just don't see why he's 2-1 based on his PPs. Do you? Other than the fact that he's dropping, but these are New York bred dropping, and I don't know if it's as significant as a regular open company maiden special weight to maiden claimer droppings.
Well, it's that horse. Yeah, the other one, the 9, whose only dirt start was against open maiden special weight company, who were taking the most attention on the board here. And then there's Real Lev, whose maiden special weight race came in a race taken off the turf at Laurel, but obviously a outstanding trainer, Brittany Russell, and there he is, start number 2. And he showed some ability early on in that race.
Yeah, I think you have to talk about his race. He broke a length slow. He got rank early, kind of rushed up in the backstretch, and he made a real move right up towards the lead wide. And he stopped around the quarter pole, and then his rider, Sheldon Russell, eased him. And I don't mean that as a negative thing. It's just why he lost by 37 lengths. It's because the rider eased him when it was clear he wasn't going to be effective from then on. He was mostly protecting him. So while I'm not saying he would have run well, he would have lost by significantly less than 37 lengths. He was also 8-5 in that race. Now, to me, that's a little bit meaningful. And while I don't think he's any kind of superstar, and it's probably the right spot, and we see Brittany Russell come here, she did think enough to ship him. And if he can't run at all, would she really have shipped him up to New York? Just hoping somebody claims him. You don't see a lot of horses claimed out of maiden claiming races. And the problem with him is he's 4-1. You claim horse out of maiden claiming race and the horse wins, you've already got a horse that's worth probably significantly less than you paid for it.
4-1. Start number 2, dropping class for that Spendthrift Farm runner for Brittany Russell. I mean, it's a sort of race you can go through almost every runner, and you can make a lot of excuses. You kind of have to in this field.
You definitely have to. I'm looking at the 3 at 5-1, and as you had pointed out to me earlier in the day, the horse has that one figure with Irad up in Saratoga, ran a 55 buyer that would tower over the field. Well, I guess the argument for that horse is, well, the other races aren't really that slow relative to the field, and what if he runs the big number? But you want to see it to believe it. But as you say, this is not a race. I don't think this is a race you want to take a big stand against anybody taking a price. And I think the price, and Maggie agreed with this, the price on the board that I think is the most live is the 6 Papa Pauly P.
Start number 2 for the Rick Dutrow Jr. barn. Yeah, Jose Gomez on Papa Pauly P. Rolls off the tongue.
It really does.
Pick 5. Kick off this Thursday action with that pick 6 carryover to come in race 3. Here we go. Let's send it upstairs to Chris Griffin to get us started.
Boy. Papa's Nico Boy goes in. Last to load will be Well Suited. Junior Alvarado to the outside. Well Suited steps forward and in. All set. And they're off. Bobbled in. A little bobble there at the break for Valid Connection's going to be the early trailer. Papa Pauly P's got the early speed. It's Papa Pauly P who gets right over to the rail. Just having to steady there was Real Elev, is now back to the 4th position. Moving up on the outside, there's Papa's Nico Boy, is also right there with Tapit's Temper. That's the leading trio across the racetrack. Real Elev wants to go as Manny Franco is right in behind the battling trio. Out wider there is Vamonos the Gray. That's the top 5 as they work into the far turn together. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Shoved along here from the back. There's Well Suited, who's trying to rally from Bernie. Goes boom. Towards the back end of the field there is Thunder Princess. And far, far back the trailer after the start. Valid Connection is far back the distant trailer. They reach the top of the stretch, and Papa, Pauly P, and Jose Gomez, they hug the rail and kick for home. Tapit's Temper is right there chasing. These two are now 3.5 lengths in front. Vamonos is trying to get in gear as they approach this final furlong. Tapit's Temper, Christopher Elliott are in front, and they're kicking away up by 1.5 lengths now, call it 2, and striding well clear. Vamonos is the one within range inside that final 16th, but still, Tapit's Temper's got the cushion, and Tapit's Temper wins the opener. Vamonos up for second. Then came Papa Pauly P, followed by a late run from Bernie. Goes boom in 1 minute 12 seconds flat.
Tapit's Temper. We talked about that race he had at Saratoga that made him somewhat interesting. 4-1 seems a little short. Gets the win, though, to kick off this card.
Showed a lot more speed than I think you would have expected him to show in this race as well, and right on top of things, and just won easily. Vamonos ran okay to be second, but a distant second to this horse who easily put away the 6 Papa Pauly P.
So Tapit's Temper, 4-1 start. Christopher Elliott, Wayne Potts. Career start number 7. It only hit the board once before. Gets the win and holds off the late charging. Yeah, Vamonos. For a moment, looked like he was going to pose a threat. It was short-lived.
It was a short-lived, and mostly just picked up pieces for second on a horse that did more running earlier in here.
3-7, 6-5, 4-1 start to our Thursday card. And the early pick 5 here. Of course, it was 8 to 1 morning line, goes off half that number.
They knew. Well, he's coming out of races, albeit against tougher, where he was 38 to 1 and 53 to 1, and really did no running.
So it's Tapit to kick off our Thursday card. Slight upset here that could play a little bigger in the pick 5 as well.
Hard to know. Hard to really know. I didn't look to see how much money this horse was taking in the double as well. I can look right now, actually, at that.
So Christopher Elliott, son of Stuart Elliott, Smarty Jones fame, of course, trying to make a name for himself on this Naira circuit. Kicks off Thursday action with a win. I actually like him a little bit later, too, in the finale. We'll see if he can bookend the card. He'll be on the 10 Classic mark again for the same barn, Wayne Potts.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Maybe Wayne Potts getting hot again. He's been a little quiet the last month or so. This horse is a short price looking at multi-race bets.
Wow. 3, 7, 6, 5. 4 to 1 start to our Thursday action. We're going to take a timeout. Who is this year's Eclipse Award-winning rider? The man who's dominated the award? Or will that man right there collect his first in what's been a record-breaking season for Flavien Prat? Stay with us.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants.
Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
$120,000. $100,000 to the back.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in to America's Day at the Races here on FS2, and we're proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Tapit's temper breaks through finally. Seems like he's been knocking on the door, but he gets the job done at 4 to 1 for Wayne Potts and ridden to victory by Christopher Elliott, who joins me now. And a horse that you rode last time in a little bit of a tougher spot, didn't hit the board. What did you learn from him? How did you apply it today?
Yeah, I rode him the first time, and he was still a little green. So, I worked him about a week ago, and we worked him with the blinkers and on the inside, and big difference.
You had him more forwardly placed today, too. I think that also made the difference.
Yes, for sure. He could keep up with the pace today, and it made a big difference. So it worked out great.
bit of confidence, I'm sure. And as for you too, I was just asking you a little bit of fatigue with the road runner type of lifestyle that you're kind of doing right now with riding at parks when we're dark here. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's not easy going 7 days a week, between working in the morning and traveling back and forth, but it's got to be done. So we're trying to get through it.
You feel like you're really making a name for yourself?
Yeah, trying to at least. So we'll see what happens. But
I think you're well on your way. Congratulations here for taking the opener.
thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Christopher Elliott with Tapit's Temper. A few more chances as well on the card too, Greg.
Certainly has the pedigree, and yeah, we talked about in the nightcap, big chance for this very same barn on a major player, Classic Mark, and it is tough to ever just get in this winner's circle period, but as a young rider, as an apprentice, with all the talent here, it's incredibly tough just to get mounts.
He's got a very good agent in Jose Santos Jr., and I think the thinking in getting him to come here in the fall is give him a head start, get him to work with some barns, get him some opportunities, knowing you're not going to win a lot of races with the big guns around, but as the winter comes, hopefully that will help his business.
Race 2, it's a one-turn mile, $50,000 starter allowance. Another wide-open race right now. The favorite, Backstretch Rose, who has been beaten by a couple in here very recently, including Roman Goddess and La Vida Sofia.
Yeah, I think you can make legitimate cases for any of the 3, 5, 6, 7, and 8 in this race. It's a competitive race, and I don't think you'll see a strong favorite among them.
Well, from a young rider, just starting out, trying to make a name for himself, to two of the very best in the world on the planet. Rat Ortiz Jr., who has dominated the sports, and his hardware collection's getting pretty crowded with all the Eclipse Awards. Over 30 million earnings this year. Exceptional year. He won the Saratoga title again, but Saratoga, the story was about his rival, Flavien Prat.
Yeah, obviously these are two very, very great riders, and Irad is a tremendous rider. He's teaching, I think he's giving Seth Klarman a little lecture on investing, actually right there. And there you see him out in the morning as well, and he rides a lot for Todd Pletcher. And he's had a tremendous year. He's been overshadowed a bit by the accomplishments of Flavien Prat, but you lose sight of the fact that the guy won over 30 million in purses, and he's just a fantastic rider.
And we've talked about probably no one, I can remember, you've been in the game a lot longer than I have, but with a motor that just every single race, every day of the year, does not let up.
No, he fights a $10,000 claiming race like it's a grade 1. I think this was something we saw a lot from Javier Castellano when Javier was winning Eclipse Awards every year. Not to say that Javier doesn't try hard all the time now, but when Javier was, really winning all his races, Javier was the same way. He rode all his races in Florida, and he just, you ride the cheaper claimers, the lower level races like the big stakes, and you can't ask anything more from a rider.
Ever since, though, this man we're going to talk about next made the move here, we knew this was certainly why he made the move to the East Coast, to be in this kind of position. And after a couple of years now, finally, it looks like it's going to pay off for Flavien Prat.
No question about it. And the rider, anybody paying attention in California saw what a good rider he was. And a lot of it started when Irad made a choice and rode Colonel Liam instead of riding Domestic Spending in the Turf Classic at Churchill Downs. And Flavien Prat got the mount, and subsequently a year later he moved his tack to New York, and it really changed things, and we're very lucky to have a rider of his caliber. We have a lot of great riders here, but certainly none of them riding any better than Flavien.
Made history at Saratoga, shattered the record for stakes wins. He had 14 graded stakes wins, 7 grade 1s, and with the classic Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf, jumps ahead of Rat Ortiz Jr. in terms of earnings with about $4 million edge, and that should probably do it for him with the incredible year he had for his first Eclipse.
Right. I think that Irad rode about 400 more horses than Flavien, and Flavien won $4 million more in purses, and there you see some of them, right? You see the 204 wins versus 273. Irad rode a lot more races in them, board with a similar amount, more money, but also the grade stakes, 52 to 34, 10 more grade 1s. Those are important numbers, and it's not a knock on Irad. He had a fabulous year. Flavien just had a better one.
See what happens, but does it seem like odds on this is wrapped up, or should be?
According to the internet, Brian Hernandez should be a finalist because he rode the Derby winner and he rode Torpedo Anna, and I'm a fan of Brian's, think he's a terrific rider as well, but no, these are the two it's between. Who's third, I don't even know.
We're going to take a timeout. We're going to get to see both these two riders quite a bit on this circuit and through the rest of this afternoon. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back and dig deeper into this second here that starts this early pick 4. Certainly one of the major players, backstretch rows, and that's who Pratt will be aboard to kick off the pick 4. Maybe the most consistent runner in the race. Meanwhile, there's Enigmatic. Arad Ortiz Jr. will be on this one for Linda Rice. This is the one probably to catch on the front end.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first-crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Gunrunner, sire of a champion 2-year-old. He is the sire of 10 Grade 1 winners and 13 individual millionaires. With $10 million yearlings in 2024, he is the sire of a first crop classic winner. He ranks number 2 on the general sire list. Grade 1 winning millionaire gun pilot, new to 3 Chimneys.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
An Army Mule charges up the rail to the front at the top of the stretch, pulling away to a 3-length lead. Skylar Scramjet is second, Petrov is third, Awesome Slew is rallying on the outside, but he's got a long way to go to come and get Army Mule, who's pulling away by 5 and finishing fast. Army Mule, ultra impressive in the Carter. He flew home.
This horse was incredible in a way too brief career. Maybe he was just too fast for his own good.
Yeah, I even remember when he ran here, and when unfortunately it was his final start in a 3-race career, Vinny Viola had said to somebody I knew, we were hoping to get to the Met Mile after this, but he's a tough horse to keep sound. And I tell you, he's been a very efficient sire, and he's got horses running better than, in different ways than him. It's not like they're just sprinters. He's had horses that win on turf and done well, and we didn't see him often, but that Carter was devastating. That Carter was quite a race.
Well, here is a daughter of Army Mule, backstretch Rose, Hillendale Stallion, of course. Pratt will ride. And would you agree with that, looking at this field? I had mentioned that before we went to break. Maybe the most consistent runner in the field?
The bottom?
Backstretch
Rose, excuse me. That's at least recently. You know what I mean? Like her last 3 races have been very solid. And she comes off the claim. Interesting, she's claimed by Flying P. I don't believe that Flying P Stables, who was leading in the owner's title for much there to a meet, has won a race since Saratoga in 2.5 months. I know they ran 0 for 21 for Mike Maker and haven't won for Jorge Abreu, a few stars as well. But I agree. It's a little weird, though. They claimed her the end of September. It's taken a while to get back to the races. Though I feel like she might have been entered once. I'm not certain.
Meanwhile, Arad Ortiz Jr. will be on this one. Speedster Enigmatic for Linda Rice. With more, let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, actually, number 7, Backstretch Rose, a reclaim for Jorge Abreu and Flying P stable. But let's check in, with Enigmatic as she shows up off a bit of a layoff and is equipped with now an extension blinker. As you can see there, her right outside eye is completely covered here for Linda Rice today. Not something or a piece of equipment that Linda often reaches out to in using. So it's interesting that they do put that on, but after several efforts in her wanting to get out, I think it might make sense. But is now, after getting out in the layoff, is that a negative? She looks fit here. Could look a little bit better in her coat, but that's something that she often kind of lacks a bit, and she does lack a lot of that muscle mass. So I would tread cautiously with Enigmatic today. Number 6, La Vida Sofia. I tried desperately to get her to the winner's circle, and then finally, when I wasn't covering the race, she did so for 25 in beating Backstretch Rose that day. Look, she's been away from the races now for a bit too, and she's one that when she has come back, or at least when she came back off of that more extended layoff from July to May, she did look as though she needed a start, but I like the way that she had filled out. Now she's kind of going back to being a little bit more on the lean side, maybe too much that way. And I wish she possessed a little bit more energy here as well, coming back as a fresh horse. So one that I've liked in the past, at least looking at, and today, not quite as much. But the horse who really kind of took my eye, and nothing against Backstretch Rose in here, but number 3, Elliptic. I've actually, weirdly, she's run here 3 times. Haven't covered a race of hers yet, but she really broke through, albeit through a voided claim last time. She did win with the utmost of ease, so I understand maybe questioning why was she avoided claim that day. But we've just seen it too many times, time and time again, that these horses come back and run well subsequently after that. She looks sensational here in the paddock. She's a bigger type. She is strong. She's forward. She's happy and eager. All of the things. She literally ticks every box, especially against her foes in here. And sometimes it's all about who you're facing, not necessarily you. But she really, gets the A+ report card here in the paddock, Greg.
All right, Maggie, good to hear. 8 minutes away from this second coming up. Elliptic on your screen right now, coming off really that big turnaround, a little bit out of nowhere performance last time out.
It's interesting. You were mentioning the 7, and I agree with what you said. She's had some consistency, which gives you some confidence. Whereas this horse, while she'd run okay, this was obviously a significantly better race she'd ever run. And the odd thing to me about it was that she ran it coming out of a horrible effort, and she came back in 17 days, ran this race, and the claim was voided. Now, I wish they'd tell us why these claims are voided, and it's not really helpful to not tell us why. And I don't mean it was clerical or something else. Why was it voided? Was there a foot? Was there something else? And tell the public, because somebody knows. But having said that, yeah, her last race is going to make her very tough, but it's hard to be confident she's going to run it. She's not wholly a one-number horse, because we think of one-number horses as horses that run 70s and suddenly run a 94. But clearly that race hitless in isolation.
It does. What will we get here? One of the question marks on today's card. 5-1 right now on Elliptic. Favorite remains the 7. Backstretch Rose. We can go to the 6 now. La Vida Sofia, who last time out was a winner. It was at Saratoga at a mile. And another one that took, a pretty big move forward last time out, beating Backstretch Rose.
I thought she ran really well last time. Backstretch Rose, she was the favorite. She was dropping. She made a lot of sense. She actually got a great ride from Julien Leparoux in that race, cutting the corner, and she couldn't get near La Vida Sofia. Now she hasn't been seen since. And she is backed up by the fact that Backstretch Rose has run so well, but where has she been since this? Not really that different from the 3, where she's kind of a one-number type horse. But that last race was good.
10, surprising to see double-digit odds, isn't it, on La Vida Sofia, off that performance?
I guess somebody has to get left out, but you could argue that that's a bad sign that she's a little dead. Yeah, I mean, she could certainly win off that last race. Listen, I thought a lot about picking her, to be honest with you. What worried me about her, and I like the 5 speed. I'm not betting her at 5-2, but I think the 5's going to wire the field in this race. If she wins, that's how she'll do it. The 5's had excuse in her races, but I think Levita Sophia, as of now, just strictly from an odds standpoint, is an overlay.
Yeah, it would appear that way. Post parade coming up. Riders up. There's Arad Ortiz Jr. on the one who should be leading the way, but has been on the lead. Went gate to wire 3 starts back to Breaker Maiden, and then was on the lead the next 2 races and completely backed up, but better fields.
Yeah, I don't think the rail was a place she wanted to be the last time she ran. The time before that, she couldn't get a mile and an eighth.
Here's Bobby Jean, who got up for 3rd behind Roman Goddess last start. Hard to say she ran the better race,
Yeah,
though.
it's just there's so many horses in here that seem better. Not that she's impossible.
Brooklyn Dance, Marcelo Arenas trains.
Well, Marcelo had a big, huge upsetter here the other day. This would be another one.
Here's Kendra Carmouche on Elliptic.
Listen, if Elliptic runs her last race, I think she's probably going to win, but how confident are she going to run it?
If Duck Fat could actually get out of the gate clean, might run a lot better.
I know, but 1 for 32. She's a tough one, but yeah. She doesn't have gate issues.
Ortiz Jr. on the one to catch.
Got to go to the lead with her and hope for the best.
Here's the Rudy Rodriguez runner coming off that big win, Levita Sophia.
Cannot argue. She's a very good price at 9-1.
2 backstretch Rose was a winner for 25 non-winners at 2.
I'm not going to knock her recent form, but she hasn't run since being claimed for a barn that's overall the ownership been kind of cold.
And another from the Rudy Rodriguez barn, Roman Goddess outside.
She's not impossible in her races. Finished ahead of the 7 Backstreet Rose 2 back, and she's a square price if you like her.
5-1 right now. Romero Mirage will ride from that outside slot. So 4 minutes away from the second race. It starts the pick 4, and then it is pick 6 carryover time. Just shy of $60,000 there. Let's go back to the 1 here. So Bobby Jean coming out of that Roman Goddess race. She was a distant 3rd, and she was 4 lengths behind Roman Goddess. She was just so far back early, and then did she pick up pieces to get 3rd?
That's what I thought. And, what's interesting about her is she's a little bit of a – but I can't believe that she's a shorter price than the 6. That, to me, seems a bit crazy. She is a good kind of poster child for running a big fig in an off-the-turf race, a race that hasn't been reproduced at all in regularly scheduled dirt races. And for whatever reason, you see that sometimes. It's not that the figure's wrong, but these horses, whether the competition gets tougher, it's a class thing. I'm not saying she's impossible, but I tell you what, if somebody said, I'll bet you $50 that you can have them head-to-head, I'll take the 6 over the 1. I guess the argument against the 6 is she reliable, but her last race makes her viable, certainly as a 9-1 shot, more so in my opinion than Bobby Jean.
And look, we're all expecting Enigmatic to be the one out in front. That's the way she likes to go. Who, if anyone, is a Roman Goddess that maybe can apply some pressure?
The 5 is the fastest. I think Levita Sophia could be somewhat close based on her last race, but Enigmatic's pretty quick. I mean, she may not have the stamina, but she's quick. It's hard to see her not in front if she breaks cleanly.
There she is. Offset Saratoga. And as you said, there's certainly excuses. 2 back, probably doesn't want to go a mile and an eighth. Last start, you felt just you didn't want to be inside on that track?
Yes, I think right on the rail. Sometimes Saratoga's a funny track. In a lot of tracks, when you see what you might consider a dead rail or a rail that's a little off, a lot of times it feels like you'll see it here. It's kind of an outside flow track, right? Like each path you feel like gets progressively better as you get away from the inside. Saratoga, I've noted over many years, there will be not frequent but occasional days where the rail is bad, but horses are running fine in the 2 path, which is unusual. It's just sort of a weird situation. And I'm not certain, I don't have a strong opinion, but I think there is an argument. I think there were only a few dirt races that day, as a matter of fact, but I think there's an argument that there just might not want to have been inside, right inside.
5-2 right now on Enigmatic. Let's go back down to Maggie.
And Greg, we'll take a look at some, bigger prices than Enigmatic and Backstretch Rose. And Rudy Rodriguez will send out 2 in here. We'll take a look at his outside horse in number 8. That is Roman Goddess. Now, looks as though Rudy is found a way to get her to run well in 2 second-place efforts since after the claim. And I will say this, she's not a filly who necessarily carries her weight well ever. it looks better than usual, relatively speaking. Great coat. She's dappled. The problem with her, and again, she's a generous price at 6-1, is that she, at least as of late, is not switching leads. You know, she's running on, and I'll give her that, but she's not switching over to that outside right lead to give her maybe that little bit of extra energy that she would need to kind of seal the deal here. So that, you know, leaves me to be a little cautious in recommending her, but I will say that it feels as though Rudy has gotten her, you know, to get in the feed tub, to carry her weight a bit better. Now, longest shot on the board. I know. Sometimes recommending these long shots, you're like, what are you talking about? Because Brooklyn Dance, number 2, makes absolutely no sense on paper. But when you sit there and you watch these horses and your eye keeps going back, and furthermore, you know them so well, Brooklyn Dance is a filly, who her coat's usually long. She's usually washed out. Today, that's not the case. And considering it's gotten a bit colder here, you would think that she'd automatically grow that, you know, winter coat. And she just hasn't. Great energy out there with Christopher Elliott aboard, moving very well. I'm not saying she's a winner here, Greg, but maybe maybe Marcelo Arenas' horses are going to have that uptick where they're going to run a bit better and outrun their odds.
Biggest price on the board, we will see with a 2, Brooklyn Dance, and that would mean the early double to Christopher Elliott if he could somehow pull this off.
You know, listen, he's a 30-1 shot. You want to take a shot with her, go ahead. But one thing I'd say about Marcellus, and Maggie's alluding to the fact that he had that, was the last race on Sunday, I think, right? It was that improbable winner, 20-1 shot, who, by the way, looked like a winner every step of the way. I was watching the race at home, and I said to myself, I don't know who that horse is, but that horse is going to win. And then I looked at the people and said, oh, this horse can't.
But just told by our producer, Bobby Klatt, 58-1.
Yeah, this field is pretty solid field. That was a pretty weak field.
Well, here's Bobby Jean, distant third, and was a distant third behind second place finisher even in that race, Roman Goddess. We'll see what happens today at the rail. That day gets the rail again here. That was at 7/8. Mile here. John Velasquez back aboard for Mark Hennig. Favorite remains the one to catch, you would think. Enigmatic the 5, Arad Ortiz Jr. set for the early pick 4 on our Thursday card. And then next race, it's pick 6 carryover time. Here's Chris Griffin, the call.
To the outside. Roman Goddess goes in. All set. And they're off. Step slow for Enigmatic will be the early trailer. Speed from La Vita Sofia has got company. Here's La Vita Sofia moving right to the outside as Enigmatic. Is off slowly, but now rushes forward. Enigmatic has taken the lead. Down at the rail is Bobby Jean. It's going to be a shared second as in between horses there comes Brooklyn Dance. La Vita Sofia broke on top, is there in third as they hook up with the backstretch. Roman Goddess is in 5th, is 3 off the lead. At the rail is Elliptic and Kendra Carmouche. They start to move forward. Patient Ride on backstretch rows. Center of the racetrack is towards the back end of the leading group, and the trailer, the lone trailer, is Duck Fat. 23.49 for the opening quarter mile. Enigmatic is clear. It's Enigmatic who's 3 in front. Chasing is Bobby Jean is the 2 path here from second. Rail skimming ride from Elliptic, who's still now in third. Shoved along is La Vita. Sophia from 4th, not making up the ground. From the back, Roman Goddess is trying to rally on, and Backstretch Rose starts to move into things, and Backstretch Rose has got some momentum, doing it all on her own, as they're well into the far turn now. At the rail there, Brooklyn Dance, and still far back is Duck Fat. 47.22 for a half-mile time. The leader is Enigmatic. At the rail comes Elliptic, who's trying to stay in there down towards the inside. Bobby Jean, red cap in pursuit. Now asked the question is Backstretch Rose is now coming after the leader, Enigmatic, who's still got plenty up front. It's Enigmatic still fending him off. Elliptic is trying to make up the ground, and here comes that rally from Backstretch Rose for a final furlong. Backstretch Rose on the grandstand side is now passing rivals. Backstretch Rose is in front. Going right with her is Elliptic towards the inside. These 2 noses down to the wire. To the outside, Backstretch Rose. To the inside, Elliptic. It's a photo finish. Tight photo to the inside, Elliptic. Right there was Backstretch Rose. Finishing third was Enigmatic in 1:37.4.
Tight finish. It looks like the 3 Elliptic. We'll wait and see. Bill Morey, Kendra Carmouche, if that's the case. On the outside, the 7 Backstretch Rose, Flavian Pratt.
Bill Morey versus Flying P coming down to the wire. It felt like the 7 backstretch Rose had all the momentum, but when you're in a bad run, as any horse player or anybody associated with the game knows, when you're in a bad run, you lose these photos every time, and it's been a tough stretch for Flying P, and this is only going to add to frustration. I get it. I've been there a lot. But the 3, it feels like she got it done. Elliptic, I don't know, she ran back to her last race. They were all out by the fact the 5 got left. It's hard to know for sure if the 5 would have won, if she had broken sharp, but she did get left and have to rush up and sort of came up empty a little bit in the very late stages.
This one at 4-1, who just left your screen, backstretch Rose, 2-1, slight second choice. Does look like the 3. One more look, just appears to have that nostril down. And back in third, with that tough break for the one who was expected to be leading the way early on, was second last early. It is the 3 Elliptic just posted as your winner. So 3-7-5-4 here in race 2.
Yeah, and the horse, she came back and ran back to that race. I'm interested to see how fast this race comes up. Maybe not quite as fast, but looked like she was beaten. She came back on to get it done.
So Elliptic outduels backstretch Rose. Maggie to the finish here with Kendrick Carmouche.
I just want to go back to with Enigmatic getting out of the gate slowly. As I reported back in the paddock, she was wearing an extension blinker for the first time. And as Richard Migliore always talks about, the biggest problem with them is that they prohibit the horses from seeing properly down the stretch for when those gates open for them to have an alert break. So right there, that was the problem for Enigmatic today. And I will say this about Kendrick Carmouche. He knew that Enigmatic had the propensity to want to get out, so he wanted to stick on the rail and try to go through, but Elliptic, you could tell she was uncomfortable in doing so. Now we do see an objection here. It does look as though Flavien Prat has claimed foul against Kendrick Carmouche. Greg.
Claim a lot.
All right, so dramatic turn here now. Just been posted, objection lodged. Flavien Prat on the runner-up, backstretch Rose 7 against Kendrick Carmouche in the 3 Elliptic. Let's see if we can discern what's happening here.
Is it me, or do we rarely see Flavien Prat claim?
No, you were correct on that.
Okay, the 5 is in orange, comes out. That's the 3 coming out with the white hat. On the far outside in pink is the number 7, the eventual second place finisher, backstretch Rose. Now, right now, obviously, they're very far apart. Kendrick has come out to join that horse. Well, I mean,
minor,
he did
right?
bump her there. I'm not saying I would take this horse down, but I think the argument that Flavien's going to make is, I got beaten in the nose and he bumped me when I had moved ahead of her, and that enabled her to come back, and I don't think it's an invalid argument. I'm not saying this feels like a takedown, but is there some...
Take a look.
You can understand why, and maybe we can show it again. Just watch and hear. Look at how far apart they are. Now, on the other hand, Kendrick can come out all the way to meet her. Well, whether or not it helped her, I don't know. I don't quite understand that thinking. But regardless of that, he does give her a little love tap there, and you could say the 7 had gone by. And given to me that, Greg, maybe I'm wrong. Do you recall Flavien being a guy who claims? I feel like he's kind of like Rosario. You almost never see those guys claim.
Almost never. That feels a little minor, but
it does.
Was a narrow margin.
Except the point being that, yes, but it's all relative, right? If the 7 had lost by a length, you'd say, well, that couldn't have mattered. But when it's, that was an inch, right? That was about as close as it gets. And the fact that the 7 had all the momentum and seemed to have gone by, and you could argue, well, Kendrick gave her a little love tap when she had the momentum, and it may have hurt her momentum. Now, it's hard to watch that without the pan and know exactly what took place when that happened, but to say that played no role in the outcome, I would disagree with that. I'm not saying I love a takedown here, but there's an argument for it.
And the fact that Kendrick Carmouche went to a left-handed crop
to come out,
and that's when the horse came out.
And if you're going to come out like that to join the horse, it hurts you have no room to bump into it. You know what I mean? It's not like there's 3 horses across the wire and there's a little bit of incidental bumping back and forth. Kendrick came out to join, which he's allowed to do, but when you do that, you now have no margin for error in theory. So I could see this horse coming down. I don't think it's a great call if it does. I wouldn't argue either way here, but I think there's a valid argument for this horse to come down. Is that at least fair?
Incredibly, and you're right. The 7 did.
It's already down.
Have the momentum.
Yeah.
But objection taken down, and there will be no change. So Kendrick Carmouche, Elliptic win will stand. Maggie, what do you have for us?
Yeah, I just spoke to Flavien Prat, and he said, I felt her shift a bit. So I thought it was warranted to claim foul, because as she shifted, that's when he came over to me. And then he said, well, I just watched the head on. It really wasn't as bad as I thought it was. So, yes, no change, Greg.
I don't think he said that on the phone to the stewards, though, do you?
Yeah, I hope not. I hope not.
3-7.
I think that Flavien has a legitimate right to have claimed in that. And I don't blame the stewards for not taking the horse down, but I don't think it's absolutely nothing. But as Maggie said, that Flavien said, it was very minor. But to say it meant nothing in this finish?
It was incredibly tight. The 7 did have the momentum before that happened. In the end, no change. 3-7, 5-4. We'll be back.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 44 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sales sire at the September sale. Curlin, the classic sire.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including at Grand Central Station. As I'm pleased to be joined here in the winner's circle by Bill Morey, who did send out Elliptic to a narrow victory. And you survived an objection too, Bill.
Yeah, they made a sweat for that one, huh? She really gutted it out to keep her nose in front, and then she had to survive the claim of foul as well. But she earned it. She ran very hard.
I knew what Kendrick was thinking, because the leader, she does have the propensity to want to get out, and he thought about going up the rail, but once she got outside, you could tell she felt so much more comfortable.
Yeah, I don't question Kendrick much. He gets a good run out of horses, and this filly in particular, he rode her last time, and I didn't give him much instructions either time because she runs well for him. He seems to figure her out.
Yeah, it was a nice victory. You are already in luck today with that one, and drawing in off the A's with Reflexivity coming up in the featured 7th race. As you mentioned to me, it's the last chance to run on the turf, and she's a pretty talented turf sprinter.
She's a nice turf filly. We're getting one more shot at it here, so we're happy to scratch in.
Speed, name of her game, far outside post. I find that sometimes these far outside posts in turf sprints don't matter that much.
I don't mind the outside post with her speed. She's got very good speed to use from out the outside and get out and get over and be right there.
Bill, congratulations here. Best of luck with her later.
Thank you.
All right, Bill, whoa. This is the problem with having similar last names, Bill.
Yeah, that's right.
Bill Morey here with Elliptic gets the win and a big chance later on.
Thank
Greg?
you.
Thanks.
Big chance that'll be the one to catch, as you talked about, with reflexivity getting in that turf sprint in our feature race. The 11, that also eligible, and by a nostril here, surviving an objection as well, gets the win in race 2.
Yep. Elliptic is back. Both of them ran. I think Enigmatic ran well, so.
We have a developing situation as we get set for the pick 6 carryover.
Oh, yeah.
Begins here. Carryover of $51,725 at Skylander. 4-1 morning line for the Rick Dutrow Jr. Barn, first off the claim. Opens as an even money favorite. What's happening here?
I don't know, and I mean, he's also favored in doubles. I'm very surprised he's favored over the 8, who has been running big figures and appears to be the controlling speed, and the scratch of the 1 only helps his cause even more, and even the 7s are running as better. No doubt Skylander's been in good form, and it certainly always can win this race, but we're all caught off guard, and everybody, including the morning line maker, who's surprised he's favored as well, and you can't blame him for that.
Carryover starts here. We already have an additional almost $100,000 bet into this carryover today. And where, again, I mean, it's not going to stay that way, but Skylander seems like right now a lean. Probably won't be the case. Maybe Steel Loot, race number 4. Where else?
Oh, the leans?
I don't know if there is one.
I know they would lean in the 8 here, be honest with you. Apparently, I'm wrong about that. Yeah, I mean, maybe the 2 Chad Browns in the next, as you say, the 5, but hasn't run in a while. I mean, the 5th race, you've got firsters, but you've got a horse in the 7 and even the 8 who both run well in their races. And, it'll be interesting to see where people are leaning heavily in here. Maybe the lean will be the 2 in this race, what we never saw, but that seems surprising.
Especially if you have a ticket alive already and you don't have that horse included and you see this price, you start to get a little worried. Someone knows something. Because as you said, this may not be even money, but it's not going to go away too much, right, if it's favored in the double?
No. I mean, I don't think there's going to be even money, but I don't think it's impossible that the horse is going to be somewhere closer to 7-5 in here. And I don't know how this horse is a good bet at 7-5. Now, pick 6s aren't about that decision. Pick 6s are about surviving races. You need to survive to hopefully get one or two okay opinions at decent prices later. But pick 6s is not about picking winners. It's about staying alive from race to race.
Talk more about the first leg of the sequence when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. We'll also tell you about new vocations. Horse racing adoption program, finding former racehorses second careers where they are loved and looked after. We'll have that story for you when we come back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished 3rd.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability his soundness and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The ex-race horses that come to North Country Horses are allowed to relax after their race careers and are then brought along slowly to point to a new job.
We let the horses tell us what they might want to do.
In the case of standardbred Call Me Kinger, Amanda Vance thinks he could do anything from pleasure riding to hunter classes at horse shows.
It doesn't matter if he goes to a show home or a pleasure home, as long as he is well cared for and loved in that home.
The gelding's education is being supported by Chelsea O'Reilly of the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, which is also known as TRF. O'Reilly grew up driving horses and now uses her skills to transition both trotters and thoroughbreds to second careers. O'Reilly loves seeing the two organizations working together to help two kinds of horses.
By having a facility close to Saratoga, showcasing two sides of aftercare at one facility, that everybody can work together to rising tide raises all ships. So, and to be able to pick each other's brains about how to succeed and really showcase how New York is supporting aftercare.
TRF and New Vocations are among many aftercare organizations supported by the New York State Thoroughbred Breeding Fund, which has provided more than $1 million in the past decade to aftercare groups in the state. This thoroughbred was adopted by Amanda Vance from the New York Horsemen's Take the Lead program. Amanda allows volunteers as well as students to ride her gelding. The day of our visit, we met two students from local high schools which offer vocational training for the equine industry. We watched Hudson Falls senior Shaylin Perry give Small Town Throwdown his first post-track ride.
Well, we've been working on him with lunging, desensitizing, getting a saddle on him, just grooming him, getting him used to off-track life, and then trying to get him used to having a saddle and a rider now.
Next time, Shaylin grabs his mane and swings her leg over his back.
Good boy.
Good boy. Good boy. It's pretty exciting to see how kindly King accepts his rider and her guidance.
Good boy.
You're so smart.
Vance and O'Reilly agree that racetrack experience helps make retraining go much more smoothly.
They are versatile, they can do anything, and they've been everywhere. They have truck, they have trailer, they see the vet, they see the farrier. They are so well-minded for their age bracket that they can go on to any career.
When you adopt a horse from our program, you're actually helping two horses. So you've adopted him out of our program, and that makes room for the next horse to come in.
Started back in 1992, they have helped find over 9,000 horses new homes. Nation's largest racehorse adoption program, New Vocations. Thanks for all the work that they do. Finding new homes for our racing equine athletes as we move on to the Pick Six carryover. And whoa, what? Closing in on getting close to $200,000 total in this pool. As we look at Skylander, the one that left us a bit dumbfounded at even money in first click of the wagering, still the 7-5 heavy favorite.
It does add some intrigue to the race to me to see if this horse is going to run to the money he's taking. And he was a major contender. I don't think either one of us are trying to suggest that he wasn't one of the contenders in here. I think we both expected him to be a little longer. And obviously the surprising price on the board right now, and he's going to come down from there, is the number 7 winning on weekends, who little hard to make a case for him to be 6-1 or even 4-1 in here.
Help us make sense of this. Acacia Clement as we go downstairs. 7-5 favorite, the 2 Skylander.
Well, maybe it's a good sign, Greg, but I wouldn't completely trust Skylander at a short price in this race either. Now, he did win nicely last time out, but something to point out is that the heavy favorite in that race actually lost his rider at the start, and so the dynamic of the race was totally changed as a result. So Skylander, who was kind of next to that horse that lost the rider, maybe not the easiest of beginnings, but was able to get into a really good position and sit a nice trip under Dylan Davis and finishing best of all, pulling away from his competition. Now, he's a horse that will have to do it again and build off of that figure. Now coming in for the Rick Dutrow barn, and he's held his weight well. His coat has started to turn a little bit uncommon for this time of year, but he's very relaxed. In fact, even a little bit more subdued here in the paddock today. Could he win again? Absolutely. But I think that he's meeting some intriguing prospects in the race here today. And like I said, this is where watching replays is important to kind of get a little bit more of a grasp on what that last race actually looked like. Down to the outside, the number 8 Smilemon is in very good form, having won his last 2 for Rob Atras, and he has always dangerous early speed. Now he 2 starts back, I thought really sat a good trip with where you really wanted to be on the main track, but then backed it up with that effort last time out as well, getting into position and actually pressing in the 2 path with not really controlling. So showed a little bit of a different dimension in there as well. And he's one that I think just took a little bit of time to come around in Rob's barn. And now that he's got him going good, he's stayed that way, which is not an easy thing to do, especially for horses at this level and going through their conditions as he steps forward. One that sometimes doesn't look the best in his coat or in his weight, and that's not something I can say today. He looks terrific once again. We'll see if he can make it 3 in a row, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Yeah, I mean, we both thought Smilemon might be the lean for people in this pick 6, though right now, not even the favorite in this first leg. Back-to-back wins by more than 15 lengths combined.
Yeah, and, you know, it's not just that and running fast figures and doing that. It's that he's the controlling speed, especially with the 1 scratching. And I think for some reason could be in front of them, though. You don't see John Velazquez be overly aggressive in these types of situations. But even if for some reason wants to go, he can sit second to him. As you had pointed out to me earlier, he stalked a little bit last time. He doesn't need to have the absolute lead and be controlling up front.
Here is the favorite. So Skylander inherits the rail. Dylan Davis.
Yeah, he's in good form, as you know, Keisha said, and we were talking about earlier as well, that Skylander won last time with the favorite throwing the rider at the start. Not that he didn't run well in there, but still, he's a surprising favorite.
Interesting horse coming out of an interesting race.
Yeah, there were 2 other races he would have been better suited in today's card, getting ambitious after a big effort last time.
For some reason, John Velazquez went by.
Maybe he's getting ready to go to the lead.
Here's Kahala.
Yeah, it's Chris Englehart. I don't know. The horse won at Finger Lakes 2 back, was well behind Skylander at a big price last time.
High tide, big price. Rudy Rodriguez first off the claim.
Yeah, it's funny. He actually ran a little on the dirt last time, but at a lower level race.
Went in on weekends, was just second behind a decent Chad Brown runner, Digital Ops.
I picked him on top. I thought he was an alternative. He's a big price now.
Yeah, and that price starting to come down now as it should on Smilemon, trying to win 3 in a row.
I mean, I don't know how he's not favored in this race. I'm just shocked that he's not favored.
I'm with you.
Win or lose. I'm not saying he has to win, but I thought he'd be favored for sure.
That, and we thought both this would be the absolute main challenger to Smilemon, winning on weekends. The 7 in here. Let's go back to October 26th. He was second in a mile and 3/16 on this track behind Digital Ops. Again, that's a horse who beat a pretty nice one named Pentathlon to break his maiden for Shug McGahee. And the horse who was third in here is a good horse who probably just doesn't want to go that far, Black Rain.
Yeah, and you know, you can say, well, mile and 3/16. Well, he's been very effective going shorter distances, and if anything, a cutback is supposed to help him. I think he's the right alternative to the 8. I would listen, when horses get bet like Skylander is, they have a tendency to run better than we would expect them to run. But in my opinion, he's a big underlay right now.
Is some of it too with this 7 being the inflated number connections?
Maybe a little bit. That's fair. But it's not listening. It was 9-2 in a tougher spot last time. So yeah. I don't know. You know, yes, I agree with what you're saying. The rider, some people aren't that as familiar with around here, and the connections coming in. But he took some money last time, and so I hear you. But still in this field, he's a bigger price. Right now, he's a bigger price than he was last time.
In a much tougher field, yeah, it doesn't make sense. Let's go back down to Acacia.
And we'll pick up there with winning on weekends. I wasn't in the paddock for his last race, so I don't have anything to compare to, but he's not a horse that strikes me as one that wants to go the mile and 3/16 that he was trying to navigate last time out. They did saddle him out on the walk, but once they got the tack on him, he was totally fine and has been warming up with the pony. I do wish overall, if I'm nitpicking, that he had a little bit more muscle mass in his hind end, that he was a bit more strong behind the saddle. So that's something I'd like to see from him. But that being said, watching that last race, I thought, well, maybe he wasn't completely settled early on and kind of drifting off that first turn in particular. He actually ran on pretty well, just not being able to reach digital ops. And as you said, the third place finisher, Black Rain, just not wanting to navigate the distance. So I was encouraged by that. I still think he's a major player in this spot, and I love a shorter distance for him. Now, the 4 for some reason, as Andy mentioned, could be a major pace presence as he will stretch out from the sprints. He got an aggressive warm-up out on the track. And I know, and I agree, that Johnny's not typically one that you'll see kind of hustle a horse out, but looking at the way that he's warming up, he's giving all the clues of a horse that should be forward and aggressive early, just right out of the post parade, out for a strong warm-up, which, to be fair, the 2 times that I've seen Johnny ride him before, he has given him a warm-up like that. I'm just not sold that longer is better for this horse. He's smaller, he's compact, he's shorter coupled, just built more like a sprinter. Obviously, the speed is dangerous. I would imagine that he should use that stretching out. We'll see if he can sustain it going the furthest that he's ever tried to navigate before, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Now, by the way, favoritism has gone to where we expected it to go, to Smile Mon outside the 8, trying to win 3 in a row.
Yet Skylander's favored the double. I mean,
Yeah.
the double for $1 is $13 versus $17 with the 8. So a fairly substantial favorite, the double. So I'm not sure. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. But even this short and competing with the 8 is surprising. It just seems like when horses are bet like this, they usually run to the money, but I think he's a bet against. I think the 7's a very generous price at 9-2.
Seems like that. I mean, we'll see what happens. But yeah, right now, seems like that could be the overlay of the day. Doesn't it?
Yes. Yes. Seems like a very fair price. It seems like a very, very fair price. We'll see what happens.
Meanwhile, it's Smile Mon, 6-5 favorite now. There he is, trying to win 3 straight. That man has been aboard for each of the last 2 dominant wins. Ricardo Santana Jr. back to try and make it 3 straight. And I guess, I don't know if there's really a knock, but it did come against easier company. He's going to have to face a horse like the 7, who's been in against tougher.
Yeah, no question. The 8's been beating up on weaker fields. There's no doubt about it. But beating up on them, he's been doing. He's won by 8 3/4 and 6 3/4 and run very fast figs in doing it. So yeah, he's meeting tougher competition. But the other thing is, I'm not saying he's the runner of the race because we all know the 4 can be quick in here, but I don't think he's going to have a difficult trip, and the post draw is very much in his favor as he's now 6-5, sort of where we expected him. Be interesting to see. Will the 2 take a late punch? I don't know.
See what happens coming up. Final chances to put your Pick 6 tickets together. Pool an additional $187,000 bet into this $51,000 carryover already today, and that's growing by the moment. Even, if you do make it to that last race, I would want some serious coverage, wouldn't you?
Well, no, I would. It depends how much you're putting in and playing multiple tickets.
I thought at least 4 could win it.
Yes, I'm not. Listen, these are lower level claiming races. I don't want to, say anybody's. But I would live and die with a 6 and 7 on a relatively small ticket.
Okay.
I mean, on a smaller ticket. I'm not saying. I think I'd find other races I'd want to spread a little bit more. But I don't think it's an easy sequence. I could put together a play, but I don't think it's easy. It's never easy. Nor should it be.
Good luck to everyone getting involved. Hopefully you're doing so on Naira Bet. Your final chances to get into the Pick 6 carryover right now as we're about to break from the gate. Starter allowance to kick things off. 1 turn mile. Smile Mon trying to make it 3 in a row from that outside post is the favorite. Ricardo Santana Jr. for trainer Rob Atras. Here we go. Chris Griffin with the call.
Smile Mon. is in. All set. And they're off. Breaking very well is For Some Reason, right to the front. For Some Reason, John Velasquez already up by a length. Towards the far outside, there's Smile Mon is now going to engage the leader. In between horses, Kahala. Winning on Weekends is in that early mix, is now going to be a shared third, as backing off the tempo will be Kahala, who's back to fourth. They hook up with the backstretch. They're in fifth is Skylander, progressing and moving forward. Second to last is High Tide. The trailer, pretty tightly bunched field though, is all about the money. The leader, For Some Reason. For Some Reason in a measured opening quarter of 23.59 seconds. Mild pressure from Smile Mon. Stalking from the outside and winning on Weekends is in between horses now. Is right there in third at the rail. Skylander continues to progress in that fourth spot. Under drive at the back is High Tide, all about the money, and tailing off was Kahala as they approach less than 4 furlongs to go, 46-1. The half-mile time, they've got to catch For Some Reason. For Some Reason's there. Here's Smile Mon towards the outside, the one making up a lot of ground. Ruben Silvera and High Tide are on the move. It's High Tide, who's now 3 wide, is within a half length of the leaders, is taken third, now stalling a touch as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Winning on Weekend, still in between horses and in that fourth spot, and Skylander still in the hunt too. They reach the top of the stretch. For Some Reason still there. Smile Mon with every shot to run on by, and Smile Mon now with a nose in front. For Some Reason not going anywhere. Winning on Weekends, wants to tip outside. Skylander's going to go at the rail, and now Skylander is taking the lead. Skylander is a neck in front and striding away inside the final 16th. It's Skylander, Smile Mon, Skylander. Dylan Davis to kick off the pick 6. Smile Mon there, then came a photo. That's For Some Reason for show over Winning on Weekends in 1 minute 35 and 4.
Skylander ran to the money, and that's back-to-back wins now. Dylan Davis, Rick Dutrow Jr. off the claim.
Yeah, it's hard as a horse player because you feel like somebody knew something that you didn't know. Not to say he couldn't win. He didn't break in here. He had to be ridden by Dylan to get into position, but he got the job done. And listen, he ran a big race to do it. I think he ran better than he had run. I don't think the 8 ran his best race. I don't think the 7 got a very good ride, but still, this horse was best regardless of all of that. I think the rider of the 7 should have got himself outside of the 8 much, much earlier in the run of this race. And I think it affected his best chances, but I don't think it mattered. I don't think anybody was beating this horse today. And
he ran.
Somebody knew.
A lot of people, apparently.
Yeah, they knew, and they were right.
Skylander at late did not wind up going off there. Slight second choice, but 8-5. But the moment we saw this horse open, and there's Rick Dutrow Jr. just claimed this horse, puts him right back into the winner's circle. The moment he opened up at even money,
you knew he was going to be a major contender, and it's gotten to the point where the board really does matter, and you have to pay attention. Now, listen, sometimes, a lot of times, we get it wrong, and sophisticated bettors get it right. This is still a very hard horse to have seen, even though he ended up a second choice, but being of similar odds to the 8. But, boy, he ran. He didn't even break this horse. I mean, he didn't get badly left, but he didn't break sharply.
And this was almost 2 seconds faster than what we saw in race number 2.
Yeah, but in race number 2, you're talking about horses that certainly run buyers around 70. And so this puts this number, the high 80s, which is the kind of territory the 8 had been running, but not the kind of race that Skylander has frankly ever run in his career. There is a strong argument to say this is the best race he's ever run.
Yeah. Wins at 8-5. Skylander the victory. 2-8-4-7 to kick off the pick 6. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, took out his trainer's license all the way back in 1960 as a 19-year-old. Got his first win right here at Aqueduct. It made him one of the youngest trainers in New York to ever win a race. The story of Jimmy Toner. We'll see a strong contender for him next.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as Skylander makes it 2 in a row, both times piloted to victory by Dylan Davis, who's joining me here. And Dylan, it was thankfully a less eventful trip this time. You didn't have to navigate a loose horse like last time with Skylander, but it's a tough horse that once again put you in a good spot.
Yeah, he's a good horse to ride. He's very steady, and he's well-mannered, and he does everything you want him to do. Just today, I broke well again and just get him into stride, and he gets in good rhythm there down the backside. And, I was opting to try to go for the outside here, but just making sure I had enough room. But Johnny ended up moving off the fence there with Santana and opened up the fence for about 4 horses to fit through. So when I angled him back down, I made sure I tried to shoot through there because sometimes horses could get a little bit intimidated inside, but I came with full force into there, and he didn't mind it as much. And once he got a head in front, then he started really extending on, and then he got comfortable on the front end. He really ran a great race.
Yeah, he did, and you know him well at this point too, having ridden him several times, winning on him a few times as well, and for different barns. He seems like he kind of holds his form no matter what.
Yeah, so that shows a good horse. He's well-mannered and well-contained into himself, so wherever he goes, he's always trying his best for the outfit that he has, taking care of him, and I'm just happy to see that, and I'm aboard him again. So another victory with me.
Back-to-back. And a horse that you're looking to do that with later on in the feature in the 7th, sprinting on the turf, is Woodhoo for Todd Pletcher, who you rode last time. And you said that even Connection's not really sure how she would take to sprinting. She obviously liked it.
Yeah, she ran really well. She coming off the route, and Todd told me that just to break her well and try to get her into the game if you could. If not, just ride the race from there. But she ended up finding herself stalking lane 2nd, and she was very comfortable up there, and she had a challenger on her outside, and she was very, very game. She's very steady filly. She doesn't really, quicken very easily, so I have to get into her. But just see how the pace comes out and just try to break well and ride a race from there.
Well, good luck later, but congratulations on another win with Skylander.
Thank you.
Greg?
Dylan Davis, he has completely changed his career.
Yeah, everybody's noticed it. Riding extremely well.
$5.50 for the win. Good for him. Smilemon, win streak comes to an end here. Skylander runs a huge one as the board expected, and they get it. For some reason, winds up 3rd. Pick 3, $108.50. And an 8-5 start to this pick 6 carryover. Late pick 5 next. Maiden special weight, 1.16 over the outer turf. And 2 from the Chad Brown barn right next door to each other. Weighted average. 2nd start back off a long layoff. And then Steel Loot, who has been facing some very good runners, returns for the first time as a 3-year-old.
And coming off a long layoff is something that Chad Brown has tremendous stats with horses off long layoffs. I look at some of the things up. 250 days plus in turf routes, maiden special weights, 11 for 35, 258 ROI over the last 5 years. At Naira, 6 for 16, 358. I mean, these horses don't go off at big prices, but they deliver. And so these layoffs, you almost look at them sometimes as a positive sign.
Well, if that barn is to get beat in this race, potentially Jimmy Toner could be the one to do it. He's got African Waters, who we'll talk about in a moment in this race, coming off the first start since back in January. Trained some very good ones over the years. Of course, that incredible relationship with Darby Dan Farm and the Phillips family over the years. Wonder again. Put together back-to-back wins in the New York and a Grade 1 Diana back in 2004.
Yeah, no, she's a terrific horse. And Jimmy had so many of these horses with Phillips. You know, you're going back to the memories of Silver and her family and all the different foals and the winter memories. And this was, I think this might have been the first turf race we ran that year at Saratoga because we got a lot of rain. You could see it's drizzling then, and the course was fresh. She was a very, very good winner. She wasn't favored in this race. I think she was like 5-1.
Just under 4-1.
Sorry, that's it. I'm going home.
But very close to 4-1. You spoke of this one, yeah, the daughter of Memories of Silver, who was pretty good for this group as well. Her daughter winner Memories, 8 for 12 lifetime. Diana winner in this 2012 performance, final start of her career. 104 Bayer in the win.
Yeah, unfortunately she got injured and had to be retired after that. But yeah, she had some very exciting wins. She had that one race, I think it was the Sands Point, but it might have been the Garden City. Maybe it was the Garden City where she was completely blocked and buried the whole way down the stretch. She got out and the late starter just came charging by the field. Yeah, that was after she had lost on a course where we got in some give in the Lake Placid to a very good horse, Shug McGay's, in her prior start in Lake Placid.
Yet another terrific Jimmy Toner runner, and so was the inaugural winner of the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf for Toner, soaring softly. What a performer. $1.2 million in earnings. It's the 1999 Flower Bowl.
Yeah, no, she was a very, very good one. I remember that. She won the inaugural running of the Filly Mare Turf down at Gulfstream. I'm still very bitter. I bet a German horse in the race that I think ran 5th. It got buried in the rail, and the horse I think won the Hong Kong Vase. Next start, of course. I did not know. Not that I've gotten over it. It was only 25 years ago.
What?
She was good.
I mean, if those were the only horses you ever had in your career, you had a tremendous career.
You know, Jimmy is a really legitimately great trainer who had incredible success with the opportunities he had. More importantly, he's a very good person. You know, I remember when being on the backstretch and a big fan of Memories of Silver. I didn't know anybody in racing, barely at all at that point. It didn't work in racing. Was a racing fan, as I am today. And I remember being back by the barn and Jimmy taking me to her bar stall and letting me see her and stuff. And it had a great effect on me. And this is the kind of thing that people do, and a lot of people do that in the backstretch, and it's sort of unsung heroes, you could say. And they help make better fans in racing. And I want to say when Tribulation won the QE2, it might have been an inaugural running of the QE2 at Keeneland. I believe it was in a snowstorm, Greg. I feel like I watched a simulcast of it here at Aqueduct, and the race was run in the snow. I could be wrong, but I feel like that was one of the
Made you wish you were there, didn't it?
Yeah, there's nowhere like Keeneland on a cold day, is there?
I've experienced it firsthand.
It's a great track, but it's rough in the cold.
Jimmy Toner's filly in this race, it is African Waters. There she is. So first start back since January 13th, came October 24th. It was a Laurel. She can be forwardly placed. She wound up second beat a length, and she ran a figure that makes her, on paper, very competitive in this group.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reason she could have an edge on the 4 and 5, though I'm shocked she's a shorter price in the 4, is that she has enough tactical speed to be forward, while the other two could be a bit pace compromised.
Who will be aboard? This man right here. Manny Franco, having another tremendous season. Picked up his first grade 1 back in 2016. Trivia question. Do you know who it was?
Randy's first grade 1? Not Splashtastic. Joking.
We'll be back.
Wow. Good one.
It's Mandaloon. Mandaloon wins.
These New York bred foals represent many sires: War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage, America's Day at the Races. We're underway in a Pick 6 carryover. We have the late Pick 5 up next, approaching the 8-minute mark to post here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. And that is a look at the current favorite to kick off this sequence in the late Pick 5. Maiden special weight, bound to 16th on the grass and one of two in the race for trainer Chad Brown, and that is the one to beat, coming back off a long layoff. With more, let's go down to Acacia.
We'll get to that favorite in a moment, but starting off with the Jimmy Toner trainee in the 3 African waters. I saw her last 2 starts back, which was back in January over at Tampa, in which she just really struck me as kind of that typical war front build, bigger bodied, very robust. That day, she did not really grab my attention, and I wasn't really sold that dirt was best for her, and she actually ran quite well. Now, last time out, she was a horse that was forwardly placed, took over for a few strides and just got caught late. But I would guess, just given how she's built, that she probably just really needed that race from a fitness perspective and should be stronger and fitter today. So coming off that second place finish at Laurel, going the mile, gets a touch more ground today, which I think she'll appreciate, as she is quite big now towards the end of her 4-year-old season, having even filled out even more since the beginning of the year. But she looks strong, which I really do appreciate as well. And I love that they have put her back onto the grass, which I think is her preferred surface, a horse that should be forward. And I think that her early speed, or her tactical speed, is a big advantage, as her main competition do seem to be deep closers. One of them is, we'll take a look at the 2 Chad Brown runners right to her outside in the 4 weighted average. Last time out, when she came off of a year-long layoff, I just thought that she really needed a race to strengthen up. Not uncommon to see of the English Channel progeny. In fact, almost all of them are much more lighter boned, very angular in the way that they're put together, particularly in their hind end. So that's very much the case with weighted average. She's still lighter than I would have liked to see, but has strengthened up a little bit. And she is much sharper and more alert today. But she broke awkwardly hitting the gate last time out. But in all 3 of her starts, she has been very far back early. And oftentimes horses that don't have a ton of push behind will end up doing that. She closed well up the rail, just missing second last time out. Her stablemate got the jump with the win. So she should put forth a better effort at a better distance, I think, today too. Now, as far as the 5 Steel Loot is concerned, she does come in off that layoff since December of 2023, a horse that showed quite a bit of promise as a 2-year-old. She's one that I do think, too, will strengthen up with a start, but she's very fit coming back. A lot of lean muscle to her as well, and she's dappled out from head to toe, looking the picture of health. She hasn't changed or filled out too much coming back now as a 3-year-old, but if she's ready, and she certainly does look like she is, there's no excess weight there. She's one that if she breaks well and gets herself into a good position, she has some class to back it up, and we'll see what she can do off the layoff. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. There is the favorite. So, yeah, first start back since December 24th when we last saw her. She got narrowly defeated by a filly who would come back to win the Virginia Oaks and was 3rd in the Grade 2 Sands Point.
Yeah, and you know, and you're talking about a horse that's the end of her 2-year-old season, and very much like Style Points did in many horses, they can improve substantially, especially in these turf routes. She's the horse to beat.
Here's the remaining half of the entry. We'll get post 5, addressable market.
Yeah, she's a little tough to take. She's had plenty of chances.
Rail goes to Exotic Cat.
Ditto. Never even finished second, 21 starts.
African Waters coming off that second beat a length for Jimmy Toner.
Should be more forward. I prefer the 2 outside of her, but I can understand the argument for
First of 2 for Chad Brown. Here's the Klarovich stable runner, weighted average.
I like this horse, and we'll talk about her more after the post parade.
Steel Loot stablemate with Flavian Pratt.
No argument she is the horse to beat in here, especially given the layoff stats for this barn.
Shug McGahee, daughter of Blame, Silvology.
You know, I really thought you'd get more from her after her debut, albeit with a good pace. She has pedigree. She just doesn't have any acceleration, really, in the turf.
Golden Note, 23-1, Michelle Giangulio.
A long shot, it would have to improve.
Former Chad Brown runner. The 8 Mendy, a couple of good efforts out of town.
Both the 7 and 8 can be forward in this race. Whether or not they're good enough at the end remains to be seen.
And Akela for Brittany Russell, some decent efforts out at Laurel.
But she has finished behind both the 3 and 8 in some of her starts, but I don't disagree.
And outside Runway Lights, Gregory Sacco, second-time starter.
Did no running at Laurel behind African Waters in her last start. Maybe she can improve second time out. She'll have to.
So back to this Chad Brown duo. We'll start with weighted average. And start number 3 came off just about a year's layoff.
She had a real trip in her debut, and then things went badly wrong as far as her trip in her second start. But the debut race was a race that proved to be very live. When you've got a horse that doesn't have any natural speed, snatching her the way the rider did in that race and grabbing her back, probably not the best tactic. And I think with a switch to Dylan, you won't see that kind of silliness take place in this race. Now, she is not a horse that's possessed much speed. Whether or not she has to be that far back remains to be seen. And this was a race that came apart a little bit, but she was way too far back and given way too much to do. Was really running at the end, and if you're somebody who likes gallop out, she galloped out by everybody after the finish. But she's going to have to probably get a little faster, and her lack of speed might hurt her. She's a similar price now to the 5. I'm surprised at that. I thought she'd be a bit better than that. I do think that weighted average, though, is a horse that's pretty good. Maybe she'll show it today.
With that running style, she's going to get less ground today than she did in that race. That was a 1 1/8, 1 16 today. Is that a concern?
No, I don't know. I don't know. She is an English Channel, so maybe you're right. Maybe she's one that would flourish if she went 1 1/4, 1 3/8, and we'll see if that's the case. I'm going to hope that this is not too short.
Here is her stablemate. So first start back for Steel Lute since December 24th. Second in her debut, and then she faced, obviously, stablemate who wound up having a good Breeders' Cup day, hard to justify, in the Grade 2 Miss Grillo. Then faced Style Points in this race, who we mentioned came back to win a stake.
Yeah, I thought she ran fine in here. As you say, she was over her head in the Miss Grillo, but she's okay, and Style Point's pretty good. So I don't have anything against her, and like I said, great numbers for the barn coming off layoffs, so it's reasonable to expect her to come back and run well. What's not to like?
Gaining on that talented filly, too.
And 4 to 5 lengths from second to third, too, which usually indicates the races are pretty good. She gets Lasix for the first time. She's just the worst to beat.
So Pratt will be aboard for the comeback return from Steel Lute. With more on some others in the field, let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, I have no argument that Steel Lute is the horse to beat, and she warmed up beautifully out there on the track. But taking a look at the 6 Silvology, as Andy mentioned, she has been just disappointing with one that seemed like she was showing so much encouraging performances at the start of her career and switching to the turf, which certainly I think was fine for her, but she has not really shown much acceleration forward from that either. She is one of those kind of grinding type of horses, but I will say last time out, she actually got a little bit keen early on, and I think one that you kind of have to let her have her head. She doesn't break that well. She's sharp on the track, as she typically is. If she can kind of mentally put it together, I think that would be the biggest challenge, because there is some ability in there if she's able to settle, and I think that that's been the biggest challenge for her. By her standards, she was doing well out on the track. Like I said, she's sharp, now pulling with the pony just a little bit over there, but she wasn't acting up back in the paddock like she had been earlier on in her career. We'll see if one of these days she can put it together. Now, the number 9, Akela, as Greg mentioned, does lure Rad Ortiz and has run some good numbers, but she's had quite a few chances. There's not much of her. She's a very small, very kind of lean type of built filly, and she's one that I think sometimes gets a little bit flattered because she closes from off of it and maybe looks a bit stronger than that might be. She has been beaten by some of the others in here, and I think just the quality of the 3, 4, 5, and maybe if somebody else takes a step forward, I think that she will have to improve to make a little bit of noise in here. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. So there is Mendy, one of a couple interesting runners coming from out of town.
And these horses shipping up out of town. I don't know if they're still having turf racing at Laurel or not. Should look into it. But you see them coming in, and it's getting late in the season. Just not that many opportunities to run. And as we've said earlier, this will be the last week of turf racing in the New York Racing Association for 2024. These courses, obviously haven't had much rain, but they've taken a real beating. And keep in mind, in previous years, we would run for 3 weeks on them in April, and about 5, maybe 6 if we're lucky weeks when we come back from Belmont. We've been running on these since the end of April, so you got May, June, into early July, but at least a couple of months early to begin with, and now back here, and we've been consistently on them. It's been great that we haven't got any rain. On the other hand, we haven't got any rain, so they've been getting consistent use, and there's only so many races you can run on these courses. And at this point, you know, for a while, they're not growing, they're not regenerating, and, you know, we're blessing that that Glenn Kozak replaced the inner track with another turf course. But on the other hand, there's only so much you can do, and we've gotten a lot of really good turf racing in, but it's coming to a close for the year over the weekend.
So yeah, enjoy these last few final days on the lawn here in New York as we see the 6 step out of the gate there momentarily. Sovology for Shug McGahee, 8-5 favorite. Steel Loot, first start back since late December. Stablemate right next door, weighted average. Dylan Davis will look to go back-to-back. There's Flavian Pratt on Steel Loot. Top 2 choices on the board from the same barn. Late pick 5 starts right here. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Akela. 2 out. Addressable market. Runway lights.
One out.
Runway lights. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from weighted average in between horses. African Waters is in the early mix, and here comes Steel Loot, and Steel Loot will now press on as they move towards that first turn. It's Steel Loot who wants the front, and Flavian Pratt now crosses over, is up by a length. From the outside here, moving forward, as Runway Lights has now taken a shared second and third with At the Rail African Waters. That's the leading trio. Just behind them is Mendy, out in the center of the course now as they work towards the backstretch. At the Rail is going to be weighted average, who's there in 5th. And behind horses in 6 is Akela. It's followed to the outside here by Addressable Market, who's going to be in 7th. Then At the Rail is Exotic Cat in 8th, and the 2 at the back Golden Note with the trailer. Sylvology, they work up the backstretch, 24.57 for Steel Loot. Steel Loot is up by 3/4 of a length, and it's pressure from the outside here from Runway Lights and patiently ridden At the Rail, Manny Franco and African Waters. Mendy is on the move, and a 50-1 half-mile time as Steel Loot is the target as they work into the far turn now. Back there in 5th is Akela, is now getting swept along to move forward. At the Rail is weighted average in the 6th spot, looking for room. Out wider there is Addressable Market, who's all in. Golden Note is trying to make up some ground. Sylvology and tailing off to be the trailer. Exotic Cat. Steel Loot is there. It's Steel Loot who's ahead in front. Here comes the run from Runway Lights towards the outside from 2nd. Still in behind horses. African Waters waiting for the cue. They reach the top of the lane, and now Steel Loot is trying to kick away. Does just that and quickly sprints 3 lengths in front. Now in the clear as African Waters moves towards the outside. Mendy is trying to run on with Runway Lights, but Steel Loot got the jump at the top of the lane and is gone. It is Steel Loot who's 5 in front inside this final 16th. It's all Flavian Pratt. Steel Loot doing it impressively. Steel Loot wins it. Up for 2nd is weighted average from the back. Then came Mendy in a photo with an oncoming Sylvology in 1 minute 43.37 seconds.
Steel Loot, Flavian Pratt puts this filly in front on the lead and then finds more in the stretch.
This is certainly no surprise she won. But when the best horse who's a closer is allowed to go to the front and set a slow pace, they become unbeatable. And this is Flavian Pratt putting non-speed horse in the lead because other people, frankly, are sleeping.
Tactical master. What a year he's had. And this, no one, I don't think, expected this filly to be in front.
No, how could you? But that's Flavian Pratt. And that's one of the reasons that he's going to win the Eclipse Award this year. He's a rider who he doesn't ride the same way. He adapts situation. In fact, he often he will have his horse adapt to the situation. And in this case, nobody went and he went. If somebody went aggressively, he'd have let him go past him. But he got forward position. Now, weighted average doesn't have as much speed, but look at the difference between where she was this week and where she was last time because the rider didn't throw the anchor down. He actually asked her a little out of the gate to get position. She was behind a slow pace, caught inside of horses, not running inside, and really ran when she got outside. But she was second best to a horse who had a better trip, but probably is a better horse.
3-2 favorite. Starts off the late pick 5. Steel Loot leading just about every single step of the way and takes off and finds more to run away from this group late. Chad Brown 1-2 here in the 4th. And Steel Loot in her 4th try breaks her maiden. And this is a starting point for a 3-year-old comeback off a long layoff. Gets you a little excited about the future.
Yeah, and listen, you had a right to think she'd be okay. She lost a horse who was a stakes horse in her last start. Given this trip, she was never losing this race, and this is why Flavien Prat is going to be the deserving winner of the 2024 Eclipse Award. This is just one example.
Puts the best horse in the race on the lead and never looks back. It's Steel Loot. Impressive on the return with that man right there. It seems poised to earn his first ever Eclipse Award, Flavien Prat.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
We're back on America's Day at the races here in the 4th. A good-looking return for Steel Loot, piloted to victory by Flavien Prat, who's here with me. Flavien, that looked fun out there. Was it the game plan to be on the front end?
Well, I wanted to get her into the race. She broke so well and felt like I could end up on the lead. So, I thought she was going to be happy in there.
How much of a good feeling is that, especially with a horse off the layoff, when they break so well and kind of put you into the race right off the bat?
Yeah, no, it's always easier when they break well and they give you option, So, no, it was great. She did everything right.
She put her ears up right at the wire as well, maybe kind of getting a little distracted there with nobody around her. But how encouraging of a performance is that? Looking forward to maybe some good things in the future for a filly like her.
It seems like she definitely has one or two more gears, like you say, she was looking around. I know she didn't like the crop too much, but in the meantime, I didn't want to let her look around too much, so I was just trying to keep her busy. But no, it seems like there's a bit more underneath.
Of course, we've seen you ride a lot of nice horses for Chad Brown. I think most notably winning the Breeders' Cup Classic with Sierra Leone. Can you talk a little bit about that partnership and some of the nice horses you have the opportunity to get on each day here at the track?
Yeah, no, I've been very grateful. He gave me a great opportunity when I came east, and has been very loyal to me. And he's, he's one of the best trainers in the world. So it's always fun to ride for him.
Can certainly imagine. Well, congratulations on this one.
Thank you.
Looks like another fun one to come, Greg.
He's just masterful, and it's been making every right move all year long. Big reason why he seems like a lock for the Eclipse Award this year.
He is, and a deserving winner of it. And it's not, listen, Red Ortiz had a year. There were some years that would have won the Eclipse, but not this year with the kind of year that Flavien Prat had. Fantastic rider.
3-2 favorite. Returns $5 to start off the late pick 5. So 2 legs into this pick 6 carryover. Pretty logical. We got a long way to go.
Long way to go, but most players are alive that went in for anything substantial.
Late pick 4 begins on the turf as well. Mile and a 16. Maiden special weight. And yet again, it's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, by the way. We got 2 from the Chad Brown barn in here. First-time starter Olotz and first-time starter Green Jobs.
Now, Olotz cost about, I think, somewhere around $650,000 US with a huge second family pedigree for Juddmonte. This one goes out, and Flavien Prat's riding this one. Now Dylan Davis is on Green Jobs, who has who was a 6-time winner in the turf out of 19 starts, was pretty solid. Doesn't exactly have the same kind of pedigree as the number 1, but that's why she only costs relatively only $200,000.
It's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. It'll kick off this late pick 4. Chad Brown won 2 in the last race. He's got 2 intriguing first-time starters coming up in the next race. Coming off yet another meet title. Things going pretty good for, speaking of Eclipse Awards, looks like he may have wrapped one up as well. Dylan Davis, he's been one of the great stories in the sport this year. We'll be back.
Here we go. 3 here. 50. Down 4. 8.5. In the back. 1,400,000. Stands way in the back. Thank you.
1,005,000 and $1,006,000. $150,000. $1,550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
These New York-bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at Naira tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Spendthrift Farm, a name synonymous with greatness through much of the 1900s, suddenly found itself in a new millennium and weathering a storm. Yet, within these old walls, a legacy awaited its rebirth. In 2004, a new chapter began. A visionary with a passion for horses and a respect for history saw this farm's potential. As the first rays of morning light touched these hallowed pastures, the stroke of a pen breathed life back into Spendthrift. What followed was nothing short of a revival, a resurrection of tradition and excellence. Malibu Moon, now etched in history, returned home to usher in a new dawn for Spendthrift's once proud stallion operation. Spendthrift was not just back, it was reborn. 2013 marked a watershed moment in the rebuild of Spendthrift as the farm was again home to a Kentucky Derby sire. A rewarding first decade in Spendthrift's new story. But there was more work to be done. Beholder, a queen of the track, returned Spendthrift to prominence on the world's biggest stages and was sweet symbolism for a bloodline that was beginning to erupt.
Beholder is absolutely poetry in motion.
Her brother, Into Mischief, would return Spendthrift to prominence in the stud barn, becoming the sire of our time and cornerstone of this reborn dynasty. In 2020, Authentic delivered a Derby and a Breeders' Cup Classic win that were more than just victories. It was a statement and a crowning achievement for the farm and its visionary leader. Today, Spendthrift is home to the best stallions racing has to offer. Each represents a piece of the legacy B. Wayne Hughes built, a tribute to the past and a beacon for the future. And now, a new era dawns.
Kingsbarns looking to finish them off in the Louisiana Derby. Kingsbarns has opened up.
Kingsbarns bounding past the Twin Spires in the Fuster. National Treasure putting on a show, and the Preakness, it's gonna be National Treasure.
National Treasure devastating them in the Metropolitan Handicap. Dornock in an absolute thriller. It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
And Dornock stubborn. Dornock wins the Haskell.
Three top performers who carry with them the hopes and dreams of tomorrow. Their arrival marks not just a continuation, but an evolution. Spendthrift Farm stands today as a testament to vision, perseverance, and a deep respect for tradition. Dedicated to ensuring a strong future for all breeders who are committed to the same level of excellence. The barns, once weathered, now gleam in the Kentucky sun. The paddocks, alive with the energy of the world's finest thoroughbreds, tell the story of a farm that has been and always will be a place where champions are made and legends call home.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2, and our 2-year-old race of the day is coming up next. Of course, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. We'll begin the late pick 4 next on the turf at 1 16th. Everyone trying to get that first win on the resume coming up. And Good Long Cry, a couple of ways to look at it. Has been pretty good. Has faced some good ones. Who's been, she's been second to, but now 4 seconds in 5 starts.
Right. Now, in fairness, in her last 3 starts, she hasn't been close to being the favorite. So it's not as though she's been underproducing. But you see those 4 straight seconds, and you ask yourself, who's next?
Well, 2 back, she was second best yet again to Opulent Restraint. This was at Saratoga. Opulent Restraint would go on to win the Chelsea Flower.
Right. Opulent Restraint is a very talented horse for owner Peter Brand. Actually, it's his wife, Stephanie Seymour, that's the owner of this horse. But she's been good. And they both had good trips near. They both ran well. There is nothing to knock about Good Long Cry. It's just a question of whether or not she's had her chance. It's later in the year, and you've got 2 first-time stars from Chad Brown, both of which have a right to be a number, and you've got a horse outside of her in Chelsea's Choice that ran fine in her last race as well.
9-5 favor right now. 6-time Will It Be the Charm. Back with us. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, standing in her way, Good Long Cry are 2 from the Chad Brown barn making their debuts, as we'll take a look exclusively at first-time starters here, beginning with number 1, Olats, as she did sell for just over the equivalent equivalent of $666,000 at the Tattersall's yearling sale. As a daughter, Lope de Vega, she, on the immediate bottom side of the pedigree, the dam was unraced. There's been one foal to run, ran okay in one start, but the dam, she's half to timepiece as well as passage of time, both of which Group 1 winners in Europe. Now, she's a bit more on the petite side. I wish there was more of her, but with that being said, she is incredibly fit coming in here. It does look as though she had a terrible case of skin disease across her entire hind end. It does look as though it's proverbially dead now, and that it's not active. It's not an active type of skin infection, but just something to note. Otherwise, it looks fine here, but relative to her stablemate, I'm always going to be more drawn to a horse like number 5, Green Jobs, because she's bigger, she's scopier, she's just far more impressive looking, very much of that Medaglia d'Oro ilk, and that she's a little bit long through her middle and lacks a real substantial hind end to her, but there's enough there, and she's just fit, she's strong looking, she's been professional. I do like what I'm seeing from Green Jobs, as she has a dam who's a multiple graded stakes winner, but going very long on the turf. Ian Wilkes trained her. She won races like the Dowager, so I do wonder, given that pedigree, given her frame, if Green Jobs ultimately wants to actually go a bit further than this. But again, you know, if they're good, they can get the job done at any reasonable distance. A horse that is making her debut, that's not taking much money at all, is number 11, Majestic March. She really caught my eye as she walked down here to this Aqueduct paddock, a daughter of Justify. The dam, she was good on the dirt going long, and this one is half to Pentathlon, who doesn't win that often, but does tend to run fast races on the main track. And if you go back, the dam is a 3/4 sister to Parading, who's a graded stakes winner on the turf. You could not have a bigger, more convincing turf hoof on a horse than what number 11 Majestic March does. And she's big. There is a lot of this filly. I mean, the scope is there, the leg is there. And maybe because of that, she's going to need a start. And that's a Shug McGahee MO, and that you develop these horses and bring them along. But she does look incredibly fit in here as well. Again, Greg, a massive price, but one I do really want to watch with some interest.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Right now, look, some really intriguing first-time starters, not just from the Chad Brown barn. This one as well, a big number for Shug McGahee. Pick 4 pool, 45,000 and growing. You can play it right there through Naira Bets. Get signed up if you have not already. Get that offer, the $200 deposit match new customer bonus, by punching in that code, bonus 200 at sign up for new members. Again, at nairabets.com. And get down to this pick 4 and everything else. 7 minutes away from this 5th. Coming up, John Velasquez, Mark Hennig, talking plans with their second-time starter, Lady Gunner, in this race coming up to 4.
Yeah, who stretches out after sprinting first time out. I wish I'd seen a little more run from her. She actually broke well in that race. So Lizcano took her back. She's got plenty of turf pedigree on the dam side. And Gun Runner's had some success with turf runners. So, you know, maybe she'll improve second time out. I wish she'd done a little more running first time out.
Big price here, Javier Castellano, one who out of town, probably at least the best finish probably in that open maiden special at Delaware.
Right, but she's had her chance in some softer spots. It's hard to look at this race and think it's a soft spot.
So first of 2 from Chad Brown's barn, this firster with Flavia and Pratt Olatz.
Well, a horse who is second choice, I believe, in doubles right now is very chilly on the board. It'll be interesting to see if she starts taking more money.
Trainer Rob Atras with second-time starter Acousticat.
Yeah, she ran a good second first time out, but that was in a field probably not as strong as the one she's in today.
Here's John Velasquez on Lady Gunner.
We mentioned stretching out, see if she can be more effective.
There's real pedigree with Green Jobs for Chad Brown first out.
And Maggie liked what she saw about her. Maggie loves Medaglia d'Oro. Can't blame her. He's pretty good.
36-1. As we talked about on a summer day.
Yeah, and sort of like the 2, right? They've both run respectively, but did it against tougher, easier fields.
We expect to be forward. Will today be the day after 4 seconds and 5 starts for Good Long Cry?
It's a great question, and there's nothing to knock. The horse runs well every time. You got to give her credit for that.
Bill Barn with Chelsea's Choice, who was third last out.
I don't know how strong the field was last time. It's open. I'm not saying it was bad or not, but she got a great ride from Joel Rosario, but not impossible.
Table Flirt, there's some pedigree there.
He is. This is the bigger price Bill Mott horse. This is the one that Junior Alvarado's on.
This one from the female family of Personal Ensign, Majestic March.
See what kind of trip this horse could get in here, and she does go back to Personal Ensign. You know, there's a lot of more dirt pedigree, but it just seems like the Phipps horses always are riddled with turf pedigree, even though a lot of the horses only run in the dirt.
And start number 2 for this 12 outside for the Oscar Barrera barn.
Yeah, is going to have to improve off the sprint race first time out at 85-1.
All right, huge number there. Raylu Gutierrez will be aboard, so green jobs. 1 of 2 from Chad Brown, Klarovich Stable Silks. Dylan Davis aboard. Dam was a 6-time winner on the grass. Multiple graded stakes winner, went over $760,000. And this is the first foal.
Yeah, and this is the last chance they'll have to run in New York, these turf maidens. And we've seen Chad Brown win with some late-season good horses. Dynamic Pricing went on to win stakes. Broke her maiden last year on Breeders' Cup Day. Going back a number of years, Annals of Time. He's one of those Grade 1 winners that broke its maiden first time out, in this case, on Cigar Mile Day, going back a number of years. But there won't be a turf race on Cigar Mile Day this year.
No.
I'll be in Jamaica again.
Enjoy the last few. Just stop rubbing it in our faces, will you?
Keisha's coming. Your time is coming, Greg.
Meanwhile, here's Chelsea's Choice.
You really are jealous.
I would love to be there. Are you kidding me?
I would love to have you there. I can't think of, I'm thrilled that Keisha's coming, but always happy.
You guys have fun. I'm happy for you both.
No, you're not. You're bitter.
No, I'm very happy for you both. Third against Pookie for Tom Morley and good contact for Cherie DeVoe, who were 1-2 in this race last start. What are the positives out of here?
Well, I mean, he ran well enough. And I, by the way, when I say I don't know how good the horses that beat him are, I'm not saying I don't think they're good. I think that the jury's still out on whether or not they're that good. I think both of them are re-entered in the stake here on Sunday, the closing turf race here. This horse just got a great ride from Joel, saving ground, getting the inside, saving ground, coming out in the stretch, and but still ran respectably. I'm not certainly a contender in this race. It's going to depend on the firsters, right? I mean, very much. The 1 is a little chilly on the board. The 5's 6-1. It's not like she's getting bet that strongly in here. And, maybe they're not that good, in which case the horse with experience are the ones.
Well, Maggie, the filly who beat her, Pookie, how good is she from what you know?
I love her. She's probably, my husband Tom Morley is the trainer of her, and let's put it this way. I don't often gallop anymore, and I definitely don't want to get on a 2-year-old filly, and Tom put me on her in the morning, and I loved every second of it. She is so classy. I think there's a lot of ability there, so we'll see. So I am going to land, though, on number 8, Chelsea's Choice, because I think it's been a bit of a development type of progression with her, because first time out, she just lacked a lot of muscle mass. She didn't look that strong, and in the running of the race, she just ran a bit too free. And therefore, she got tired, rightfully so. And I think last time, Joel Rosario took it upon himself to kind of teach her a bit of a lesson. She went forward, she got to the rail from that far outside post, and he really kind of took a hold of her, said, hey, wait, stay here, to teach her to rate a little bit. And while she was on the inside, and she responded well to that, because then she had something left in the tank to finish with. She has strengthened up a lot. I did not see her in her second start, but I like what I'm seeing third time around relative to the debut. So I'm going to take a shot here with Chelsea's Choice, 7-2, because I wasn't overly thrilled with the appearance of Good Long Cry. And 2 horses like that, racking up the seconds, are not necessarily for me. Now, Bill Mott will send out a first-time turfer in number 10, Table Flirt. As you mentioned, Greg, there was some pedigree, especially if you go back a generations. The dam is a half to, the second dam is half to Harmonious, who is a Grade 1 winning turf horse, and a daughter of Constitution. I actually don't mind them going long on the turf. She does have that turf look. She's that flatter foot, angular pasture, just an angular frame overall, and doesn't possess that big of a hind end. So I think that translates well to just being able to push off a little bit easier. And furthermore, she actually is a good mover, and a lot of times that does equal turf. So I think she's really an interesting player here, and she does look fit coming off a little bit of a rest. On number 4, Lady Gunner is another second-time starter. She broke well. She's kind of out-sprinted and swung wide in the stretch and made a little bit of a mild rally. I wasn't in the paddock for her debut going to 6th, but there's a lot of her. She has a longer neck to her, which I think will say that she wants to go a bit further. She's a massive price up there, but one that maybe you take a look at with some improvement, getting more ground to work with. Greg?
Very intriguing race coming up here to kick off this late pick 4. Thank you, Maggie. There's Lady Gunner, huge price. Velasquez for Mark Hennig. See what we get in start number 2 on the grass on the stretch out. But it is Good Long Cry, who has had 4 consecutive runner-up finishes. The heavy favorite.
She can certainly win, but 6-5. I mean, the 6-5, honestly, suggests that they know that neither Chad Brown horse can run. Now, maybe that's the case, but that's a big assumption to make because the 1's not getting bet and the 5's not getting bet, and that's the reason. I mean, they're not mutually exclusive, but I don't think it's obvious. Horse takes more money, the other horses are bigger prices, but I don't think the 7 could be 6-5 if either the 1 or 5 were live. They're just not live. Whether or not that ends up being predictive remains to be seen. I'm going to stick with the 5.
Well, Good Long Cry, Rat Ortiz Jr. Second time aboard this filly. Expect her to use speed to her advantage. And we just really don't know who else is going to be out there early with her.
All right, she may well just be the clear speed. We'll see if that's the case. The 2's supposed to go a little bit, right? Manny's supposed to be a little aggressive with her.
I think.
Even the 12 coming out of a sprint. Ray Lou.
Set for the pick 4. Let's send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Pioness to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Breaking very well was Lady Gunner in between horses. We'll get over to the rail. It's Lady Gunner with plenty of company. To her outside is On a Summer Day. There's Good Long Cry, and now these 2 share the lead. Out wider is going to be Table Flirt. We'll tuck right in behind those leaders. Also right there is Pioness, who's back to 5th as they work towards that first turn. The leader is Javier Castellano. On a Summer Day is up by a length and a half, now kicks on and wants to go. Picking up the pressure up front. It's On a Summer Day is now sprinted clear, is up by a 2.5. Alone in second. Good Long Cry is going to track that pace hitter, content to sit right there. Is 4 lengths in front of, as they work to the backstretch, Table Flirt. Then behind them, at the row comes Lady Gunner, and Table Flirt is right in front of them, still in that 3rd position, as that's Pioness towards the outside in the blue cap. Chelsea's Choice is now taken 6th, is to the outside here of Olotz towards the back end of the field. Majestic March starts to move forward, has just moved past. Green Jobs with the trailer, Acousticat. No turning back now. On a Summer Day. Went 48.39 for that half-mile time. The trip comes from Good Long Cry. Is now within range, is back to within 2 lengths as they work into the turn. On a Summer Day and Good Long Cry. Now moves in closer, is within 3/4 of a length, and Good Long Cry looking very tough here as they're approaching the top of the lane. Table Flirt is all in there in 3rd. Pioness trying to make up some ground from the back. Chelsea's Choice. Good Long Cry had that pace setter in sight, and now Good Long Cry with that setup is way out in front. It is Good Long Cry and a Rat Ortiz Jr. with about a 7-length cushion from the back. Trying to rally on there is Chelsea's Choice. Also trying to run on his Table Flirt. No doubt about the winner, though. This is going to be Good Long Cry to dominate here in today's 5th. Good Long Cry wins it. Up for second was Chelsea's Choice. Then a late run, Olotz is in a photo with Table Flirt in 1 minute 44 seconds flat.
Good Long Cry, a Rat Ortiz Jr., George Weaver in second. Itis, a thing of the past.
Yeah, and as we said before the race, the money was an indication that neither the 1 or 5 could run. As it turned out, the 1 did a little sucking up towards the end. The 5 never did any running whatsoever in this race, and when the firsters for Chad Brown weren't that good, this horse was long gone in here, and while the 8 got second, it was sort of a second by default. And Good Long Cry was much the best. Wow, this was won by a city block.
This is, dominant performance here. Finally breaking through in a big way after 4 consecutive runner-up finishes. Goes off as a 6-5 favorite to start this pick 4, and this pick 6 carryover remains incredibly formful halfway through now.
Yeah, I mean, right now, everyone's alive, as they say, but those things can change, and we've seen them change and change quickly. We'll see what happens as we go forward.
7-8-1-10. Chelsea's Choice checking in at second under Joel Rosario, but no doubt about your winner. After coming so close in all those starts, an exclamation point on the victory.
Yeah, no question about it. So this was much the best.
So good long cry, George Weaver, black type thoroughbreds, and Irad Ortiz Jr. start off this late pick 4 as a 6-5 favorite. Again, 7-8-1-10 here in the 5th to start the late pick 4. It's the favorite. It's been a chalky first 3 legs through this pick 6 carryover. Stay with us.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. I just went there finally on Tuesday. Took my 2 kids.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Jane's Carousel.
Did you ride the carousel?
I did.
Really?
A couple times.
Excellent.
It's gorgeous view of the
Brooklyn Bridge, right?
Yeah. Great area.
Stop at the River Cafe for lunch afterwards?
Did not. We were late getting home for dinner.
When I first lived in Brooklyn, I lived in that area, and I have a good friend, Gary O'Connor, who at the time was going to St. John's, and he was a valet at the River Cafe. So he used to come over afterwards and bring leftovers from there.
Very nice.
It was great. Yeah, it was good old days, back in the 80s.
Good long cry with a win and a dominant performance here after 4 runner-up finishes. Breaks through in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. George Weaver, Irad Ortiz Jr., black type thoroughbreds. And finally, is going to get her picture taken with this performance and move on to bigger and better things. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
And here with winning pilot Rod Ortiz Jr. And Rod, you'd been on her before, going back to when she was sprinting, but you took no prisoners today. Aggressive from the start. And, I mean, did you realize you were in front by that many coming to the wire?
To be honest, I don't look back. I feel like I have a horse going to the quarter pole. I just asked her to go, and she responded really well. She was trolling beautiful every step of the way. Thank God we have a good pace in front of us today. She's kind of like a little king, Georgie told me, so we tried to relax her, and that was beautiful. I stayed right behind that horse, relax, switch off. 3-8 it was already her time, so I let her do her thing.
And actually entered in the Tapit Stakes on Sunday, too. Named on her, the horse you're named on too deep in the AE, so maybe you'll get in for George Weaver with 5G. But, Arad, talk a little bit about the turf. This is going to be the last week of it here. What has it been like? You know, we've gotten a lot of use out of these courses so far here at the Big A.
Yeah, but we've been available to use it this long, so they do a great job. I feel like it's been firm. Last couple of weeks helps a little bit the speed, a little hard for the horses to come from off the pace, make some ground. So we try to stay involved early on the race and go from there.
Great insights. And for you, I've always wanted to know, turf or dirt?
Both. I love both. I love the turf races, but we have the biggest races in the industry on the dirt, so yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Getting that to Kentucky Derby?
I'm hoping. I'm going, and we are hunting. We are hunting. So keep in mind, you know, I will love to win that race, obviously, and it's the most important race in the world, I guess. So hopefully, one day we can win that race.
I think it's in the stars. You're gonna get it. Well, congratulations here with Good Long Cry.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
All right, Rod Ortiz Jr. Not many things that he hasn't accomplished, but I'm sure that first jewel of the Triple Crown would look pretty good for him. Greg?
He's just been incredible. I mean, so dominant. He just never stops. His will to win just seems unmatched in this sport. And another amazing year where maybe he won't win an Eclipse Award, but it's been an Eclipse Award type of season for him.
Yeah, I think you have to be careful sometimes as a fan to sort of take these riders for granted. And when riders ride as well as him, you kind of take it for granted. Oh, Irad won 3 more today, or Irad did this, or I did that. You shouldn't take it for granted. There's a room full of terrific riders down there, Hall of Famers down there. But Irad is just because Flavien had a better year than he did this year, it doesn't take away from how well Irad rides.
It's a treat. Yeah, we get to see him on the circuit for as much as we. I mean, he's going to go down as one of the greats.
Yes, he is. He probably already has, frankly.
Yeah. Race 6, 1 mile to $16,000 claiming race coming up next. In here, things get a little more difficult, I would think. We have another situation, what we saw back in the first leg of the Pick Sixer, Montebello opening up at 6-5.
Wow, is that horse favored in it looks very clear. Yeah, that horse looks like it's favored. Pick 3s, that horse is a favorite. I'm surprised. Are you surprised?
Is this a Skylander situation?
I don't know.
Well, it is a Rod Ortiz Jr. aboard, but back, that race 2 back, right? Sprinting at 6 furlongs. This is a mile, but that was a huge number.
Big figure, for sure. I like the 7. Isn't the 6 kind of loose here? A legal deal, though? Potentially could control this race.
As you said when we talked earlier, the scratch has totally changed the race, right?
Well, you lost 2 main speeds, and that rarely happens.
You leaving me?
I am, but Acacia's here. You replaced me with Acacia. There are very, very few people on Earth.
You guys don't want to leave for Jamaica right now?
Don't be jealous. Don't take that out. Don't take your anger about Jamaica out on Acacia, okay? She's done nothing to you.
Andy
I, on the other hand, have done plenty to you. Acacia's done nothing.
You have, actually. Andy leaving me, Acacia stepping in after this timeout. We got a long way to go in this Pick 6 carryover, so stay with us. New York's leading lady. What a year she had last year and another banner year this year, Lynn Rice. More work to come for her on this Thursday card. She has a legal deal, the one to catch, coming up.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. Elite Power to the front. At the 16th hole, Gunite is second, but Elite Power is moving clear and going to take the rear dirt sprint by a widening margin.
5-5 all defeating at 875 down 900 and 900,000.
Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup sprint at 108.34.
The power of Juddmonte.
When I go to the barn in the morning and train horses that I'm excited about running, that's what drives me. Winning races, whether it be a claiming race or a stakes race or a grade 1 at Saratoga, it's so much more fun than losing. Okay guys, Jose, I'm ready for the first one. Go ahead, we're going from the half out 5/8. My father, he was a hard worker, and he was very ambitious, instilled a strong work ethic in my 3 brothers and myself, and he had a love for the horses his whole life, and he instilled that in us as well.
It's double booked in front.
My first good horse was a horse named Double Booked, a grass horse, when I started training at Monmouth Park, an affiliate of my father's named Ready Jack Go. But I would say that City Zip was a very good 2-year-old. I brought him here. He won all 3 2-year-old stakes here.
It's City Zip in front at the 16th. City Zip by 3.
He would be the horse that really helped move me along the path that I am on now. He's going to win at Belmont. I like to claim a lot of young horses with lightly raised horses that I think have both potential on their pedigree side and, of course, conformation. So that's been a big asset to my claiming, which has been probably in the last 5 years I've been doing more of.
Voodoo Song digs in. Is he going to do it? He is! Voodoo Song won the 4-star Dave!
New York racing is, frankly, it's my home. I've been here for quite a few years. I have gone from a young trainer that was struggling to climb the ladder to being a mainstay in New York. And I think by not diluting my business at different venues, I think it's been helpful for me to be successful right here in New York. I'm all about New York racing. My father always said, well, he didn't want to die in the harness. And I think about that sometimes, but I don't know what my day would be like if I didn't have horses to train or to be around or to be excited about. Linda Rice. I'd like them to say she was one hell of a horse trainer, and she earned it.
Well, I think most would say that about Linda Rice. She is one hell of a horse trainer, and she's got one heck of a chance coming up in this next race with probably, now with the scratches in here, the one to catch, who Legal Deal could be all by himself in this race.
Yeah, I certainly would think so. Has that speed. Was claimed from Jamie Ness, but Linda Rice has had plenty of success claiming horses and off of high-profile barns as well. Has that early speed and should be forwardly placed yet again.
Doesn't sound like Andy Serling. Oh, he left. Yeah, Acacia Clement with me now. You're going to take us the rest of the way with races 6, 7, and 8 still to come. And Linda Rice, not just with this horse, and we'll get into the chances of Legal Deal a little deeper in a moment, but I thought one of the biggest question marks in this entire card collaboration in that feature in the 7th, sprinting on the grass. Can this daughter of English Channel, who's never sprinted before, take to going 6 furlongs?
It is a big ask because this is, as you said, you've got English Channel in the top out of a Giant's Causeway mare. You wouldn't necessarily look at that horse and say sprint. However, it was interesting. I saw a quote from Linda in the Daily Racing Forum where she said, I kept telling Barry Schwartz, owner breeder, every time that this filly was right there. We've got to cut her back. We've got to try sprinting. And as we talked about several times on the show today, this is the last weekend to run the turf here in New York. This is a New York bred. Obviously, it's an open race, but if you are a New York bred and you come back next year knowing that you can sprint, does open up some options. And maybe, I guess, a horse that they feel has not really kind of taken that step forward, but you have to give her credit, finishing second in the Ticonderoga behind Moon Age Daydream, who's won her last 3 starts.
Comes in, I mean, form-wise, comes in as way the horse to beat, but then the big question mark of, can this one sprint? At least she's shown, tactical speed where you're hoping she's not going to be too far back, cutting back in distance.
Yeah, that's always a question. I wouldn't think that that'll be the case. Now, the good thing about it with these horses cutting back in distance, you certainly don't have to worry about stamina. They tend to find a little bit later, but she has been able to settle nicely recently, but she has plenty of early speed. If you look back at some of her earlier races, she's quite sharp out of the gate. We'll see where she's positioned now going shorter.
All right, well, first things first, legal deal for Linda Rice in this race coming up. With more on some of the other contenders, let's go downstairs, check in with Maggie.
And Greg, Linda Rice taking legal deal from Jamie Ness, who doesn't have the greatest numbers when claiming horses here, so maybe not that much of a surprise when legal deal unable to get the job done last time. He's fine. I get the appeal, but I do want to talk about some others in here, including a current Jamie Ness horse, and that's number 1, Mo Rewards. He was tenacious in winning last time out at Parks. He attended the pace whilst 2 wide, well, 3 wide early, then 2 wide, long drive, held off the closers, including the favorite Bourbon Calling that day. Was it a form reversal? We'll have to see as he now makes his 3rd start for the barn, taking a little bit of a step up in class, but only the 2nd start really on the dirt. And there's an argument that overall, when you especially go back a ways with Mo Rewards, that his turf races, his body of work on the dirt, though, are a bit better. And honestly, relative to what I had seen from him going back to last year, was the last time I saw this guy. I didn't see him in his 2 races in Saratoga and here at Belmont at the Big A in the springtime. His weight's fantastic. His coat is great. He is maintaining a level head, which sometimes he can be a little bit of a high-strung / nervous type. I don't know, maybe he is turning the corner for the better. As we'll move on to another horse who just caught my eye in here, and that's number 7, Garuvan. I am not the biggest fan of horses that are deep closers, as Garuvan does, and stretching out to a mile, does that mitigate any sort of closing kick that he has? Maybe, and that's what is the problem with him. But now that he's 3rd off of a layoff, he looks sensational here for Rob Falcone. Just really strong. His coat is actually going in the right direction, as opposed to many of these horses that are getting those, furry, dull kind of coats to them now that the weather is changing. I don't know, Greg. I just thought Garuvan, like I said, in this 3rd start of this form cycle, could post one of his better efforts.
Yeah, and looking at a race, we were talking about Linda Rice's runner in that turf race. Can that one sprint? This one, maybe the question, can this horse go a little longer? There are some races, though, going a little bit longer that make you feel it's probably not out of this one's scope. What do you think?
No, I agree. Early on in his career, he was going the mile and against tougher competition as well. He also, at one point, had the ability to be a little bit more forwardly placed. Now, I do think that he had some excuses. Last time out, he had a significant stumble at the start and then just never got involved in the race. That was against much tougher company than what he's facing today on the drop in class. And then 2 starts back, he'd come back off of a 8-month layoff. He was a new gelding. He was not 100% fit in that effort. And I think that this is a really intriguing spot for him coming back because this is the lowest level that he's run at recently, too.
Yeah, I mean, some big names in there. Win for Gold, Lock and Key, just facing better company than a lot of these. 3rd off the bench and figures that make him very tough if he can handle this mile distance. Right now, 9-2 on Garuvan. Manny Franco for Rob Falcone Jr. As we look at Mason Mania, and this one's been facing some pretty good company too, including coming off a win in which this horse was so far back early in the start. Didn't expect it. This horse has ability to be a lot closer, but in this race was dead last early.
He does. It's odd. At first I kind of looked past him and said, no, I don't think the race sets up for him, because he had 3 horses duking it out on the front end and was able to save all the ground in a terrific ride from Kendrick Carmouche and kind of sneaking up the inside, and nearly doesn't get there too. If the horse that's on the front end doesn't drift just a little bit off the rail, he's not able to get through. A really key moment right here, just getting his nose down to the wire first. But as you mentioned earlier on in his career too, and this is actually a reclaim for Rob Atras, he was more forwardly placed.
So Mason Mania 7-2 right now. Carmouche will be back aboard. We're going to start our post parade with this horse doing circles. Higher quality of the 5.
Well, that's typical of higher quality. He's always been a bit of a head case in the preliminaries. Ricardo Santana doing a really good job. He likes to prop and wheel and try to drop his rider.
It's getting dizzy watching that.
Yeah.
Here's Mo Rewards coming off a big win at Parks.
He did, and as Maggie said, I thought he broke really, really well, breaking sharply and then kind of being the last man standing.
This one was just behind a horse who came back and ran second, a Maker's Candy and a Stake.
Yeah, and then last time out at Finger Lakes, thought he was done, came back with a big rally to finish 3rd.
Kendrick Carmouche, Mason Mania went by.
Big warm-up coming from off the pace last time. Where will he be positioned today?
Legal Deal, Linda Rice off the claim.
His speed makes him very dangerous as well. The winner wired, he sat from a little off of it, but he can be forward.
Here's the one we talked about earlier, Garuvan.
Very intriguing on the dropping class and stretching back out and distancing if you can refine some of that form.
Any positives for Perfect Flight?
He's a tough one to make a case for. He really is. Will say he's dropping a notch, but his last few starts have been quite disappointing.
3 minutes to post. In this 6th, on this pick 6 carryover day, is the 5 still a lot to handle right now. $40 Friday feeder contest. Low cost way to earn your entry into the $300 Saturday contest. Registration closes before Aqueduct's 3rd on Friday. Go to NyraBets.com/contest to get involved, and good luck to everybody participating. 9-5 favorite Montebello. Little surprised by this, but that race 2 back, that was a huge performance. It was going 6 furlongs. It's got to try and do it at a mile today.
Yes, but I think he should be able to handle the mile fine. As I mentioned, last 2 starts back, I should say, he re-rallied. And I think that that's something that he tends to do, that it takes him a little bit of time to kind of get his stride going, and then he'll re-rally late. It looked like he was kind of idling 2 starts back, and then outside out, when tipping outside, getting out a little bit, he was able to kick in again. Last time, it looked like he was fading and kind of finished, and then Romero Mirage, who was aboard that day, kept after him, and he came on again after that. So he's a bit of a quirky horse. He's one that also at one point used to show quite a bit of speed as well, and he's getting a big warm-up from Irado Ortiz.
He was close, 2 starts back, sprinting 6 furlongs, so this might be one who tries to challenge Legal Deal. We mentioned the race he's coming out of. The winner of that race, second to very talented Makers Candy and a Stake, and the second place finisher, an 11-time winner in that race as well. So that was a good group at Finger Lakes. Here's Mo Rewards. Last 2 dirt starts, both of them, different kinds of tracks at different tracks as well. But one muddy sealed, one fast, both very good races.
And you can see why the connections put him on the turf for so many races, because he actually kind of moves like a turf horse. If you ever want to wonder what we talk about when we say high knee action, this is the perfect demonstration of it. You're really going to see it when he comes into the stretch. Really lifts his legs up quite high in the way that he covers the ground, kind of in a paddling motion almost. But he's right there. He was forwardly placed early on when breaking sharp. He was pressing wide, and then he has to dig in with a foe down on the inside to him. I thought it was a tenacious effort for this horse who comes in, and good to hear from Maggie that he stacks up favorably from a physical perspective as well.
Just figures-wise, in some ways, look, they were at Parks in Delaware. There's 2 wins. But in some ways, the horse to beat with the last couple of dirt races, although they were out of town. 6-1 right now. Let's go to Maggie for more.
Yeah, I definitely hear what you're saying, Greg, when it comes to Mo Rewards, but I just can't get over, and I don't have the specific numbers right in front of me, but that Jamie Ness, when shipping horses to the NYRA circuit with claimers, just doesn't underperforms versus horses in allowance or starter allowance types of conditions. Now, let's talk a little bit about Montebello. I agree with Acacia. He is quirky. It's like, box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get with this guy, because close to the pace going 6 furlongs and then completely outrun going a 2-turn mile at Finger Lakes. Okay. I like the fact that we saw Rod Ortiz Jr. really ask him in the warm-up, get him moving. Indicates to me that they'll likely be more forward with him today. Physically looks great. He's a horse that typically does, though. So he's just very unreliable, I feel like, in many ways, given his form. As you'll move on and take a look at number 4, Mason Mania. Now, Rob Atras does choose to drop him down a little bit more after the win for 20. I don't know. It's Rob. He's aggressive. That's why he wins at a high percentage. And the thing is this guy looks tremendous. A horse that always maintains a high physical being. So I appreciate that. And I don't think it's that much of a negative, really, when you look at the barn and what they like to do to be successful. So I think it is a pretty wide open affair in here, and I wouldn't settle on taking a short price necessarily on any of these, Greg.
Yeah, it's a little surprising we see anyone, I think, at 9-5 in this race, even with Rod Ortiz Jr. being on Montebello, and he usually takes more money than usually should. We'll see if this horse can run back, though, to that race 2 back. Probably is warranted.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's the big question. Can he run back to it? Will we see that type of performance today?
And is this one going to put pressure on Legal Deal?
Well, if you look back to 2022 when he finished 3rd in the Albany, he was trying to wire the field that day. He has it in there.
Here we go with a 6, been incredibly formful. First 3 legs of this Pick 6 carryover. See if we get a little separation here in this 6th. Coming up, let's go to Chris Griffin.
Garuvan. Perfect flight to the outside. Last to load. And in. All set. And they're off. Legal Deal has early speed, but has a host of company as well as Montebello's towards the inside. Far outside, Perfect Flight is also drifting outward. Is way out there towards the outside of the racetrack. Moving on through is Garuvan to push the tempo as they get set to hook up with the backstretch. The leader is Montebello, but is sharing that lead with Garuvan. They are now head and head as they do hook up with the backstretch, and at the rail here's Mo Rewards moving through to take 3rd. Perfect Flight now gets closer to the group, is now in the 4th position, is towards the outside of Legal Deal, who broke on top, but is now back to 5th. It's taken back to the 5th spot in front of Higher Quality with the early trailer, Mason Mania. 23-4. Easy opening quarter mile here for Montebello with mild pressure to the outside from Garuvan. At the rail, it's Mo Rewards. Francisco Martinez moving forward is now ahead. In front there of Perfect Flight, who's in that 4th position. Legal Deal is trying to re-rally from 5th. From the back, here's the charge from Mason Mania. And now the trailer, Higher Quality. 47.57 for that half-mile time. It's been a pressured tempo, and it's now Garuvan who's ahead in front. Montebello's not going anywhere. Fights right back towards the inside. Perfect Flight. Katie Davis there within range. Now ask the question at the rail is Mo Rewards trying to pick it up, is back to 4th, and from the back Mason Mania with the sustained rally. They reach the top of the stretch. Garuvan and Montebello, they still go at it. It's Montebello to the inside, to the outside. It's Garuvan with every shot to push on by. Back for more here down at the inside, and here comes Mo Rewards is trying to pick up the top 2 who are still shoulder to shoulder here in a stretch long battle inside the final 16th. Garuvan now edging clear late. Garuvan gets the victory. Garuvan over Montebello. Late run there from Legal Deals in a photo with Mo Rewards in 1 minute 37.50 seconds.
Garuvan a little more forward than I think many probably expected in this spot, and Manny Franco, Rob Falcone Jr. the win.
Well, we talked about some of the excuses that he had recently, a significant stumble last time out, and he was a horse that had the ability to be forwardly placed earlier on in his career and stretching back out. Manny was aggressive with him, but he had to fight for it. Montebello did not go quietly. These two were kind of right there together throughout the entirety of the race, Greg.
And strange to see the 6 Legal Deal not closer to the action. And that kind of changed this race a little bit. Being told 4 horses claimed out of here, by the way, including your winner. Garuvan, in the end, able to put away Montebello, and looked like Jamie Nesforce actually was going to make a big bid from down inside, but flattens out late.
Yeah, and there was a little bit of a late rally from the 6 Legal Deal. I didn't notice anything in particular happen at the start, but throughout much of the race, he was getting out pretty significantly on Flavien Prat, and I think he was really struggling with just trying to keep him straight more than anything.
Keep your eyes on the 6.
Yeah, nothing really happened there at all. Kind of a clean start, and he was forward, but like I said, I think he was fighting Flavien throughout the running of the race, so something to keep your eyes on there. That's also something that you'll see with Montebello. He's one that often does not switch his leads, which he does, and has the propensity to drift out, so Manny Franco was really smart with Garuvan, keeping him right there, leaving Montebello nowhere to go.
Top 4 finishers in this race are all going to different barns. All claimed out of here, including your winner, Garuvan. Wins it 3-1. So, Co's second choice on the board with the win. Well, the prices when we come back.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best ride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down during the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in with us here on America's Day at the Races. And we are proudly brought to you by Hillandale at Alapa. Now standing such greats as Curlin and his son, Good Magic. Well, here with winning pilot aboard Garuvan today for trainer Rob Falcone Jr. is Manny Franco. And Manny, I like what you did with this guy, stretching out in distance today. Third off that layoff, you were very aggressive with him and asked him to be in the race.
Yeah, that was the plan with him today. Stretch him out. I want to be close to the pace, and I thought it's gonna be more pace in the race, but Linda horse took back, so I just went with him, and I was comfortable where I was and happy.
How game was he to the wire?
He was really game. I mean, I rode him before, and I have success with him in the past, so I kind of get along with him. So I know he's a fighter, and he gonna, when he's ready, he's gonna give me all.
Another horse that you'll ride coming up next that you have a good rapport with. I feel like the hype woman for Reflexivity today because I asked her trainer Bill Morey about her. But drawing in for what is, the final turf week here in New York. Talk a little bit about her, and you've already won twice on her prior.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice filly, so I just hoping for a good clean break, and she has speed, so I don't want to get on her way, so I'm gonna try to do the same I've been doing with her, and so let's get lucky.
We often talk about last one in, first one out. Why is that, Manny? Why do horses that, loaded last, they break so well?
I mean, I think because he's the last one to go in, and she's ready, so I think she's ready to go. So I think that's gonna be a good case today, so hopefully.
That forward inertia as they go in the gate and leave it. Well, best of luck with her. Congrats here at Garuvan.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Garuvan waltzing to the finish line, guys.
Yeah, ran big today. Good for Manny Franco, Rob Falcone Jr., 4th career win for this 4-year-old who wins 3rd off the layoff.
I like what Maggie did there. Waltzes into the winner's circle. I got it. Garuvan aggressively handled by Manny Franco, and indeed, it proved to be the right move with this horse dropping down.
7-3-6 in this 6th race. Again, top 4 finishers all claimed out of here, moving on to New Barns. Incredibly formful pick 6 carryover, but still a couple of races with an opportunity for a little chaos to happen. Certainly that last race. We'll see what happens here, though, in a competitive 6-furlong turf sprint next in this entry-level allowance race. We talked earlier about collaboration for Linda Rice, sprinting for the first time in her career.
Yeah, she's currently the favorite at 5-2, and look, she definitely has quite a bit of class coming in here with the company that she's kept and just the form that she's run in throughout the years. But obviously the sprint is a bit of a question. She's doing something for the first time, but she has tactical speed and should not be too far back.
5-2 collaboration, just narrowly missed in a stake against the strong in-form Moon Age Daydream. But can she go 6 furlongs, cutting back to a shorter distance she's ever run? This man right here, what an incredible last couple of years David Dugen has had. And as you'll learn, we'll tell you more about his barn. It is a family affair with their success.
Folsom from last to first in the Met win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom is taking the front, and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing.
I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
The 2024 Global Symposium on Racing, celebrating 50 years of being the premier networking event of the year. 50 years of connecting the who's who of racing and collaborating face-to-face with key decision makers. Discover the latest technology and innovation while being a part of the international conversation. Join us December 9th through 11th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Our feature race on this Thursday card is coming up next, and the man we're about to tell you about has a contender in this one coming up. By his own admission, trainer David Dugen probably should have been done in this sport, but he's just been too stubborn to quit. Luckily for him, he stuck around after some very lean years where he did think about walking away. He's had a major turnaround with two of the best years of his career coming each of the last 2 seasons.
Trainer David Dugen has always had horses in his life, starting from an early age in his hometown of Tipperary, Ireland.
We were on ponies when we were younger. We grew up as farmers now. My uncle Matt had a couple of horses. He was a permit trainer and there was always ponies around. I went to the apprentice school in Ireland. Some gravitated towards being jump jockeys or flat jockeys. We got into a good yard and they got us on horses and had like a mini career as a jockey for a while.
An injury ended his career as a jockey before he arrived in the United States, but that did not derail his dream of working with racehorses. Dugen would go on to assist trainers Neil Drysdale, Owen Hardy, and John Kimmel. A purse increase at NYRA emboldened Dugen to go out on his own.
We saw opportunity in New York when the slots came here, and we thought that, if we were going to take a chance, it was obviously here, and we had a history of being here.
Dave's not the only Dugen destined to work with horses.
I was born and bred into racing. My dad used to ride. He was quite a famous jockey in Ireland and in England. So I've been riding since I was 3 years old and involved in racing all the way up. We lived on the car, so my sister and myself were totally spoiled. We had our own ponies. We took off on the car and did whatever we wanted to do. We were really lucky.
Since the very beginning, the Dugen barn has been a family affair.
We think along the same lines probably 95% of the time, and I think that just makes things work. As I always tell my kids, Dad's the boss at the barn, I'm the boss at home. So he basically does all the set lists and the plans for the horses. We do discuss what's best, go back and forth a few times that way, but mainly Dave's the main decision maker.
Port Bonheur! Port Bonheur! Poke that head in front. Can't hurry, love wins the Dancing Renee. It's Sunday Girl. She's going to win impressively.
Here's Drafted coming on to win the Grade 3 Run Happy Stakes.
Through it all, Dugen strives to compete with the best in the game.
You have to keep on upgrading your quality as a trainer and how you communicate with people and the service that you put out. To be consistently good at what you do and keep on churning out the right kind of horses for New York, because New York is very competitive. You look at Chad, you look at Todd. Why are they successful? That's the reason you keep on trying better every day.
It's been an incredible last couple of years for David Dugen, and that's the one he'll send out in this race coming up. Lisa's Vision, 5-year-old mare. That turnaround for him sort of coincided with an old veteran that came to his barn, Drafted, who, if you've not seen his toboggan, is sensational.
Just amazing. What a cool horse he was. And we've got a chance to see a little retirement ceremony for him at Saratoga as well. A fan favorite, one who raced on this circuit for many years and who Dave just did a great job with keeping him in form throughout.
What do you think about Lisa's Vision here?
Well, as you can see, she's a bit of a quirky type. She's a high-energy filly, or mare, I should say now. And so they cut her back to sprinting last time, I would imagine, because she's one that was really kind of pulling 2 starts back, throwing her head around really early. She's very high energy. She's a long and lanky type, but she was off slow last time. And I think that just really put her behind the 8 ball. So if she's able to channel that energy a bit and to break a bit better, and she'll need to, from where she's posted, especially with the speed of reflexivity to her outside, that's going to be the biggest challenge for her.
Well, he's got a chance in this one coming up, 7:01 with Lisa's Vision. He's got a huge chance, though, on Saturday in the notebook for 2-year-olds. Kenny B with a breakout Maiden special weight performance in start number 2 on October 26. 85 buyer, won by 8.5 lengths in this win.
Yeah, very impressive. Was well beaten behind Man in Finance on debut, who he's going to rematch with here today. But maybe a horse that needed that race came back and ran that 85 buyer, as you mentioned, and that's the highest buyer speed figure of any 2-year-old in this notebook on Saturday. One who was so impressive and dominant first time out. Very cool looking horse by Complexity as well. Just another progeny of Complexity that's been impressive on the racetrack.
Speed is his weapon, and we'll see if he uses that again in the rematch with Man in Finance. That's coming up in the notebook Saturday, race 3 at 6 furlongs at 12:40 Eastern time. So looking forward to see if that one could step up in that New York bred race. We get back to this 7th coming up. So there again, David Dugen's Lisa's Vision, who's hoping that maybe somebody can go with the horse to her outside, and her Reflexivity drawing in from the also eligible list. Looks like she could be all alone on the front end.
Well, it's interesting. You know, you heard kind of Maggie's interviews early on with Bill Morey and with Manny Franco. I remember speaking to Manny after her win 2 starts back, and he said, you know, I've just found that the best thing to do with her is to send her and to use her speed. Don't take that away from her. So he's going from the outside, and I don't know if anybody is quite as quick early on as she can be.
Seems like Maggie, she's been just a different filly since they've utilized her speed.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we also got great insight from Rod Ortiz Jr. early too, when it comes to this turf course, that it just feels like it's a little difficult to make up that much ground. And so therefore speed is just ever dangerous. And Reflexivity is a massive price. You would have to think that she's going to come down from there, but she looks so well turned out here. She's everything you want in a turf sprinter, just, you know, short and stout, but really round overall, well muscled, still dappled head to toe. So all things good for the likely speed and pace setter in here, which I feel like that makes her so dangerous. Is collaboration, as there's been lots of talk about what does she do with this turn back? Well, is she going to have to do it from well back? In that case, then I don't know if, you know, it's going to lend itself well to her. But at least looking at her physically, I've always felt as though she might be better with less ground. Now, when I have written that in my notes, it generally is speaking about a mile or even 7/8, you know, at Belmont. We're not going to get that here, so we're going to turn sharply back to 6. But I can't deny the fact that physically she does not look up against it. It's just dynamically she might be. As we'll move on to another turn back, that's number 2 by Any Other Name for Bill Mott, as she comes out of a race in which we saw Venencia come back and win. It felt like a pretty decent field that she first faced for her first try in this hemisphere, in this country, as she's an Australian import for Bill Mott. We've seen Team Valor kind of sourcing horses from places that we don't often see horses being imported from, whether that be Australia, South Africa, Germany. But looking at her, she, in a lot of these horses from those aforementioned, you know, 2 Southern Hemisphere types of places, are big, robust animals, no matter if they're colts or fillies. A lot of them generally are fillies or mares. I love what I'm seeing from her from the overall perspective. There is a little bit more size. If this was a mile, she'd actually be that more convincing, probably just because she also needed her last start. While she attended the pace and was forward, she just kind of came up empty. So while she looks fit here, I'm not totally convinced about the turn back, but I do feel like she's an intriguing runner here as they're about to hit the track, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. Yeah, we talk about collaboration. Can she sprint? That's a question mark maybe with this one as well. By Any Other Name, 8-1 right now.
Indeed, she did sprint once on the dirt and once on the turf over in Australia. The dirt race, very disappointing. She's obviously a turf horse, but her lone win came at the mile. So that's something that she's going to have to prove in here today as well. But as Maggie said, she broke sharply that day when going long. So hopefully with the cutting back, she should be able to keep herself in a good position as well.
There's collaboration. Linda Rice, Rod Ortiz Jr., form-wise, she's just a standout. But going longer. What do you think the way you look at her in terms of sprinting?
Well, yeah, it is a big question. I've never thought about her honestly going shorter than a mile with the options that we have here. So yeah, it's something that she'll have to prove, but good to hear in comparison to her company that it looks like she should be able to handle it.
Georgie Spirit off since October of 23.
Big layoff for her, one that has the one win as a 2-year-old she'll try to run back to.
Belmont, by any other name?
Intriguing. We'll see what she can do cutting back in distance. I was encouraged with how well she broke.
This one has some races that at least could get a piece of it, I thought.
She does. She disappointed at a low level last time out and on the dirt.
Here's Collaboration, the favorite, Lena Rice.
Did run second behind the streaking Renage Daydream and Stake last time, though going much longer.
So Lib, Javier Castellano.
Was not the fastest out of the gate, but was able to use some early speed.
Todd Pletcher, Dylan Davis with the 6.
With Wood who was effective cutting back in distance. She doesn't have much acceleration.
Big price. Striker has Dial cutting back.
Comes out of that same race as the 2-horse in here. Also cuts back in distance. Was effective sprinting on the dirt.
Christophe Clement Barn, Marco T.
A closing sprinter type. We know that this is her game, though.
Here's the David Dugen mare, Lisa's Vision.
Can she get out of the gate better today?
And the one to catch. Reflexivity draws in.
She's sharp, she breaks sharp, she has early speed, and I would imagine Manny Franco going to be aggressive from that outside post.
7-2. Put together back-to-back wins on the front end, and then a good runner-up at this level, trying to do it on the front end again. 4 minutes away from the 7th race, feature race on this Thursday card. Coming up on a Pick 6 carryover day that's been incredibly formful so far. You can play all the action by getting signed up at Naira Bets. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code for new members, bonus 200 at sign-up right there at NairaBets.com. So there's the warm-up. Marat Ortiz Jr. on Collaboration, cutting back in distance. And, you know, I mentioned this on with Andy earlier. The English channel, you just think going longer. But a lot of the English channels who've been so good going longer actually had some effective sprints. Cross-border, Channel Maker, Heart to Heart, even Voodoo Song. All horses that ran big numbers early in their career sprinting.
Yeah, it's very funny. I mean, she's been an amazing turf sire in general, I think, and you typically do think about more distance, but she's not that big, this filly, and here she is where she sat just behind Silver Scalet last time and then kind of took over and was right in there with a chance. Not quite enough punch, and as I'd mentioned earlier, I thought Linda's quote was interesting that she said every time that she doesn't quite get it done, I thought cutting back in distance should help. Looks like she's warming up beautifully out there with Marat Ortiz aboard, and like Maggie touched on, the biggest thing though is going to be the dynamics. It's a different type of pace when going those longer distances versus what she's going to face here when going shorter, but she's sharp.
Another one cutting back, at least in terms of the only turf start. That Striker has Dial. That price starting to come down to 6-1 right now. For more, let's go to Maggie.
I've always thought that shorter is better for Striker Has Dial. I get why they have tried longer distances because it does feel like when she can control, she is a bit more potent. But what were they doing last time when she wasn't on the lead? I know it was a somewhat kind of quick early fractions at least, but needless to say, I do like her with a little less ground. And back when I saw her at Parks, she was a washed out nervous mess that day, and today that's not the case. So I would say that's a good sign for her. And like I mentioned, I don't mind less ground for her, but again, is she going to respond the same way if she is out sprinted in here? As we'll check in with number 10, Lisa's Vision, who I'd be all about giving another shot to, as that race predominantly, won on the front end. I know Reflexivity was there, but Miss Big Bucks was not far off, and she didn't have the best of beginnings. And I actually was really intrigued by her that day because she is a bit more of a petite type that is a little bit more on the handier side, at least physically speaking. So therefore, I think less ground is ideal. She's moving beautifully out there. Now, they typically saddle her outside. She responded beautifully to that. So I'd be willing to give her another shot, Greg, at a big price at 11-1.
Feature angle. It is an angle because it comes through so often. We'll see David Dugen. We had the story on his barn. And we'll see if this one can break through here with Flavia Pratt at double-digit odds.
I mean, look, she won early in her career going 7 furlongs, which, yes, over at the old Belmont Park, a different kind of format than your options here of having to run 6 if you want to sprint. But Lisa's Vision, yeah, she was totally taken out of contention last time out, but she seems like she's really thrived with Dave Dugen's care. And as we saw in that feature, just does really well with getting horses to settle, to come along, and then to kind of keep them in that form. And so the biggest thing for her is going to be the break once again, getting into some position. But she showed earlier on in her career that she could handle some shorter distances.
Yeah, I think that last start certainly gives you hope.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if she gets some help in terms of someone going with reflexivity in here. We know that one is super quick. You and Maggie taking the 11 in here, the lone speed, it looks like.
This always happens. Every time I am on as an analyst, which is not as often, and Maggie's reporting, we always end up on the same horse. I don't know what it is. For the record, we do not know who the other one is picking.
And how do you two usually do when that happens?
I think we both picked Groove in last race, right?
Okay, so it's going well.
So far, we're going
so
well.
You're grooving right now.
I totally just jinxed it. Totally just jinxed it.
This gray filly right here, one of the big stories on this card today. What will she be able to do going the shortest amount of ground she's ever covered? Can she sprint? That's the big question mark. She's a 2-1 favorite. Her form, best of anybody in this field coming in, but at longer distances.
Yeah, I think certainly flattered by that second place finish in Stakes Company behind Moon Age Daydream last time out. She won nicely 2 back at the mile. She was really sharp warming up on the track with Irada Ortiz, and so we'll see how that translates into these shorter distances. Can she handle it? Can she get herself in a good position?
2-1 favorite. She's been favored throughout.
That horse is a little intriguing, Woodhoo. I think that she was kind of with the bias of where you wanted to be last time out, but I thought Dylan Davis gave a little interesting insight earlier on that she broke so well when cutting back, which is kind of the theme of what we've been talking about, and she showed that she could put herself into a good position. She's got to get faster in here, but she did show that she's better sprinting.
And still, it's fairly big number on Striker as Dial. That one's got to prove she can sprint on the grass as well. And look, I don't think she's good enough to win, but underneath, certainly the 3. That's way too big a price on latest edition, who could grab a piece of this. 85-1.
Good luck.
Being totally disregarded here. Collaboration, what will we get? Sprinting, Linda Rice here with the cutback. It's been an incredibly formful first 4 legs of this sequence. In this pick 6 carryover, Chris Griffin, the call. Here's the 7th.
Reflexivity. Last to load. Reflexivity goes in. All set. And they're off. Reflexivity has asked for early speed. Lisa's Vision in the early mix too. Latest edition joins them 3 across the course. By Any Other Name is down at the rail, is now that shared 4th position, is moving forward as Striker Has Dial, is now taken 4th away, getting shuffled back by Any Other Name with Georgie Spirit at the rail. Then comes the gray, is in very tight collaboration with nowhere to go, now has to check out of there. It's a wide run here, So Lib is 4 wide up the backstretch. Following them comes Marco T, second to last, and Woodhoo is the trailer. 22-3 for the opening quarter mile. They're chasing Reflexivity, who had the outside draw, but now gets over to the rail, and Reflexivity is doing it nicely for Manny Franco, is up by a full length. Chasing is Lisa's Vision here from second. Striker Has Dial within range, is now taken 3rd, is to the outside of latest edition. So Lib is trying to rally on, but 5-6 lengths off the lead as the The leader, Reflexivity, turns him for home. Lisa's Vision ready to pounce, and Lisa's Vision has now taken the lead. It's Lisa's Vision trying to sprint away. Solib has got some momentum, trying to rally on Latest Edition. Marco T from far back, but they are approaching that final 16th. Lisa's Vision has a 2.5 length cushion. Latest Edition gets closer. Solib on the grandstand side. Lisa's Vision gets the victory. Lisa's Vision wins it over Latest Edition. Then came Solib, who's in a photo with Reflexivity and the oncoming Marco T in 1 minute 9 and 1.
Lisa's Vision, feature angle. David Dugen, Flavien Prat with the win at, what, 11-1 here.
A nice, generous price on this mare. We talked about quite a bit, and she really put herself in a much better position today. Flavien Prat was able to get her settled early on, and she was able to take over from Reflexivity, who did control things on the front end. And shout out to you, Greg, with the 3 Latest Edition. I did not like her at all in this spot, and she hits the board at a monster price. 83-1.
83-1, yeah. I was shocked at that number. Gets second in here, and yeah, shout out Dalton Brown had that Phil mare, in good position early on. Shout out though to Lisa's Vision. David Dugen Barn, well done. Let's go back to the beginning.
Tough break for the 9 Marco T, who was one that was going to be coming from off of it anyway. And kind of, as we heard Maggie touch on earlier, talking with Irad Ortiz, it's just hard to make it that much ground on this turf course. She was kind of running late. There was a little bit of chaos early too, where the number 2 by any other name kind of had to steady back and be taken out of the race as well. With these turf sprints, it's always about trip. And as we'd kind of guessed, the horses being forwardly placed fared the best.
10, 3, 5, 11, 11-1, over 83-1, over 10-1. Be a nice trifecta. Lisa's Vision, after an incredibly formful first 4 legs, double-digit winner now in our feature race at 11-1 to open things up a little bit. There's David Dugen. Good for him. Mentioned the last couple of years, 2 of the very best of his entire career, and he's keeping it going into 2024 now.
Absolutely. And he's done a good job with this mare. It's not the easiest, I think.
Lisa's Vision gets the 4th win of her career. Pratt for Dugen. Prices when we come back, and we'll talk Grand Motion next.
Idiomatic in front, 16th to go in the Juddmonte colors. Florent Giroux aboard. Idiomatic to win the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster.
Idiomatic is taking the lead. Clippier trying to squeeze through, but it's going to be Idiomatic to win.
And Idiomatic just opens back up here with every stride. No catching. Idiomatic winning the Juddmonte Spinster for Florent Giroux.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2. America's Day at the Races. Feature race in the books. Flavien Prat for David Dugen. Lisa's Vision, 5-year-old mare. Comes from off the pace to get the victory. Our winner circle lead-in brought to you by Fasig Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital auction platform for thoroughbreds. Learn more at digital.fasigtipton.com. We saw the feature. Now we see him in the winner circle. Let's go to Maggie.
Oh, I am learning a lot about the one and only Dave Dugen here. Are we going to let everyone know about your Audrey Hepburn?
No. They want to know what horses. They want to know what horses. Not fucking Audrey Hepburn.
Okay. Well, anyway, let's take a look at Lisa's Vision. Okay, Lisa's Vision, turning back in distance. Talk a little bit about that decision that went into it. I know last time with the break, it just didn't go well.
Well, a lot of the decision kind of stemmed from Saratoga. I mean, we took her back in that stake up there, and I made a huge mistake. So I kind of figured that, you know, she worked so good in the mornings that you kind of said to yourself, well, where do you go next? You know, you were in that kind of empty land where she's out of conditions and stuff. So we decided to cut her back. And the last time she broke a tad slow, and Manny just said to me, he says, you know, just the trip wasn't perfect, but she still ran very well. So it was our last chance to take a shot, and we did. And, you know, she trained so good. Very, very good.
I mean, she just, watching her in the warm-up, it looked like her feet never touched the ground.
She's thrived, absolutely thrived. Even the cooler weather probably helped her as well. But yeah, she's just gone from strength to strength. So.
And how about Flavien Prat today? He wasted no time being aggressive with her.
I mean, I think the draw was a key factor. There was no kind of, she felt secure out there. And once she got into a comfortable zone, she was in a great spot.
Well, Dave, the feature angle paid off. We played your feature. Congratulations here at Lisa Vision, and go find some more Audrey Hepburn memes.
Thank you very much.
Guys, that will be our interview. Don't forget in the near future.
Maggie, we need the story. You got to tell us what's going on. Now everyone's intrigued. Lisa's Vision, 25-40 for the win. Good for David Dugen. We love to see him do well, and he's doing very well, especially these last few years. Finally have an upset now in this pick six.
Yeah, the big price, $25 winner, and a pretty logical races so far. I think Lisa's Vision would not be totally out of the realm, but definitely the biggest price, and she went off at a generous 11-1.
And that's all it takes. One horse, one price, and we have several double carryover potentials now.
Wow.
As we get into the finale. The 1, 2, 5, and 8 all would result in a double pick six carryover. As we get into this finale here, look at the current odds for this $10,000 claiming race at 7/8 of a mile. The favorite right now, the 6. That's Winter's Ghost, dropping down from 20,000 to 10.
And ran very well for 16, 2 starts back with some tactical speed, finished second that day. Was the favorite last time when actually stepping up in class, so now cuts that price tag in half and just a logical contender in this spot.
This weekend, we will not be on.
Yes.
But you can catch the action, of course, on the app on Naira Bets. Central Park, one of the stakes races coming up over the weekend. Mile, inner turf for 2-year-olds in the Central Park. Purse of $150,000. See that notebook we talked about as well. Sunday, couple of stakes also. And Grand Motion, Jack and Jim. First start, winning performance. Getting off to a slow beginning in that race, but did not matter. Going a route of ground in the debut.
Yeah, was impressive winning first time out. Got a 71 buyer speed figure for that effort. A homebred for Saul Cuman's Madaket Stables, which I thought was kind of fun as well. Seeing this one be by slumber, poor start, but then finishing very strong under Manny Franco, who will be aboard yet again. We often talk about this, you know, with 2-year-old first time starters, that they win maybe wire to wire. Obviously this one's still quite green at first asking, still figuring things out, but having the ability to get the job done and get the win.
So start number 2 from one of the really good barns in the country, Grand Motion. This one owned by Madaket Stables. We will see back in action this weekend. Manny Franco, the return call for Jack and Jim. Meanwhile, sounds like a plan. Horacio de Paz barn. First time on the turf, washed off the turf of the debut. winning performance as well. Granted, it was the second start, but opened up big early on the field and able to hang on late.
Yeah, and I think this was a horse who, just a perfect example of one that they wanted to get a race into him. He was carrying a lot of excess weight first time out. Just looked so much more like a turf horse. And then last time out, he got to do what he wanted to do. And having had the experience and getting a little bit of fitness in from a race under his belt in the off-the-turf try on debut. But definitely one that was just in control every step of the way when breaking his maiden. So he was very impressive in that effort against New York breds, but he'd actually been entered to face Open Company before the race came off in his first race.
So that horse forward in that performance, probably going to be a little bit tough to have that same kind of trip in this race because of the presence of Not For Hire, who showed legitimate sprint speed in a dominant debut, winning by 5 lengths. You win by 5 lengths sprinting on the grass? That is a huge margin.
Absolutely. Very impressive. Was ready to roll at first, asking for it. George Weaver, one that should be forward yet again, stretching out. And there could be quite a bit of pace in here, actually, as you start to go through looking at each of these. But I would imagine this one would be the quickest coming out of that sprint effort, as he was able to draw away from his competition. Not something you typically see sprinting and not something you typically see on the turf. So a very impressive debut for the son of Not This Time.
6 furlong, dominant performance. You're not supposed to win by that kind of margin. Yeah, going 6 furlongs on the grass and easily just handled this field every step of the way. So now the stretch out to a mile and will be the one to catch under Jose Lezcano for George Weaver. Start number 2 coming up. That's race 9 on the Saturday card. Central Park for 2-year-olds, $150,000 purse. And we'll recap a lot of that action, I would believe, next Thursday.
Yes. Yes. Next Thursday. I was like, next Thursday, Thanksgiving?
Yeah, we have no
it's 2 weeks.
No
2 weeks.
show
Yeah.
Saturday, Sunday.
I know. So next Thursday, yes.
But again, you can catch all the action on the NyraBets app. We're going to take a timeout. We got the nightcap still ahead. Few scenarios for a pick 6 carryover. This one's not one of them. Nolo Concesso, probably the one to beat. Quite a trip last time out in a $12,000 claiming race. We'll tell you more about it when we come back on our FS2 coverage.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With NyraBets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with NyraBets. Join now for a new member bonus at nyrabets.com.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Nestled behind the gates of Hillendale Farm at Alapa, you can find a cabin-like 5,000 square foot home called the Treehouse. It's a new one-of-a-kind getaway destination located in the heart of horse country. The home offers hewn beams, flooring made from lumber harvested from Maker's Mark's original rickhouse. A room with vintage horse saddles, the collection includes one that belonged to the king of rock and roll himself, Elvis Presley. You can enjoy a drink or a meal on the back screened porch or one of 4 decks that overlook the tranquil Stoner Creek. Upon request, reservations can be purchased to experience an inside look of a working thoroughbred farm with a tour of Hillendale. The Treehouse now offers a unique place to stay on the grounds that house the famed Kentucky Stallion Station and Thoroughbred Nursery of Hillendale at Alapa.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage on this Pick 6 carryover day. And those are the Pick 6 will pays, left-hand side of your screen. Again, the 1, 2, 5, and 8. I'm going to quiz you here in a second, too. Are the ones that carry over. Of those, the 1, 2, 5, and 8, do any
1, 2,
have a shot here to upset and cause the double Pick 6 carryover?
All right, let's see.
It would be pretty difficult, wouldn't it?
It would be. It would be. I mean, yeah, it would be. You could make a little case for honorary degree. The 8 back earlier this year was running some decent races.
Yeah.
It would put him in contention.
And look, it's a lower level claiming race.
Anything can happen.
These are the ones that tend
But
to get a
even
little
look,
chaos.
For the horses that are alive, the lowest payout is the 7 for over 5,000. So if you're still alive, good luck. We're rooting for you.
Meanwhile, here's High Heat. Arad Ortiz Jr., Wayne Potts. It was a wet track last start, and coming out of that same race as Classic Mark, it's so different kind of track today. Hard to see. I don't know. Classic Mark just ran so much better in that race.
I totally agree. But they both were flattered when the winner, Hatch, came back to win again with a 78 Beyer speed figure. He's one of 2 to come out of that race and win. But yes, I think that Classic Mark ran the better race. High Heat does have Arad Ortiz yet again, and I think should appreciate getting back onto a fast track.
Similar price. Look, different kind of track. We'll see what happens. Meanwhile, the favorite, Winner's Ghost. This one dropping out of a $20,000 claiming race. And, even though this horse faded after showing early speed to 8th out of 10 last start, I actually liked that race. It was part of a 3-way duel in that race where this horse really had no chance. We're going to go back, though, to second being beat a half length 2 starts back for $16,000.
Yes, he ran very well this day. Was 6-1 too, and was kind of digging in the stretch, which I appreciate about this horse. He tried to do that last time out. It was against Duffer Company. You mentioned the pace pressure that he took. But right here, even 2 starts back for Winter's Ghost, it looks like he might kind of stop and fade and go back towards the back of the field. But he actually kind of kicked on a little bit at the end. Just couldn't get to first glimpse that day. But I thought a very solid effort from a horse that just makes sense in this spot.
3-1, Ruben Silvera, who usually takes advantage when he has a horse with pace ability, he goes. And he's got one here.
Yeah, it's something I appreciate about Ruben. You do have a couple of other horses who have the ability to be forwardly placed, but I think Winter's Ghost probably the fastest, and he should be aggressive with him. I think we're going to see him on the front again.
This horse right here, very tough time of things in that November 1st race. Didn't get out good at all to begin things, and then completely had to put on the brakes.
He did, and it's not easy when that's the case. And you can see Kendrick Ramush, who was aboard him that day, really kind of riding him out of the gate because he brakes slowly and he says, okay, now I have to hustle up to get my position, which is not ideal. But then he's going to have to check back at one point as well. So it's a case of him kind of losing his momentum at multiple turns throughout the running of the race. Right here, really has to press the brakes and shuffle back out of the fray. And then you have all those horses on the front end. I think you can just totally forgive him that last race. 2 starts back for $16,000. I thought he ran well when being forward as well, finishing 3rd that day. Another one who's taking a slight drop in class, especially if you're comparing it off the race 2 back.
Yeah, I mean, at this level of horse, too, I mean, to be able to stop and start like that, you don't really see it a lot, do you?
No, they're not going to re-rally after that.
And he has a race. If you go, I mean, this summer, Saratoga, that race in July crushes this field.
Yes, that 85 Beyer speed figure. Though, to be fair, it does kind of stick out, at least from his recent form. Obviously, there was a time when he was running 91 as his career best. But he's an 8-year-old now. This is the level at which he kind of belongs. We'll see if he can run back to that.
One of the horses that would result in a carryover, double carryover in the pick 6, Bronx Bomber.
And he's one that does tend to come from pretty far off of it as well.
Prince of Joy, big price at 16-1.
He's going back to the dirt and cutting back in distance.
Rad Ortiz Jr. on High Heat.
He has some tactical speed, does have the opportunity to get back to a fast track, which he should appreciate.
Ray Handel with Prince James.
Not the best of beginnings last time out. I think that he runs best when he can get into the race a bit earlier.
There's Bust and Shout coming in from out of town.
He's a big price for Rudy Rodriguez, as he too tends to be pretty far back.
Major player, the favorite right now, Winner's Ghost.
Looking pretty sharp out there on the track as well. For the two Rudy horses, this one will be forwardly placed.
That trouble trip we showed you, Nolo Contesto went by, and here's the 8 honorary degree.
Well, we said he's one that would trigger a carryover. You can find some races that could make a case.
There's Union Lights, New Barn, John Toscano Jr.
Cutting back in distance as well as he goes back to John's barn, trying to have a big turnaround.
And combo trainer jockey that took the opener on the card, classic Mark Wayne Potts, Christopher Elliott.
Yeah, looking for bookends. And Christopher Elliott rode this horse last time out. I thought that he ran very well that day. This one first off the claim for Wayne Potts.
Yeah, it was 5 wide early in that race, and I thought it was doing pretty smoothly and barely beat by a horse who comes back to win again in Hatch. 3-time winner from that outside post. 4-1 right now, but this one, High Heat, chance to try and turn the tables on classic Mark. We will see. You look back to the dirt start, 2 back at Monmouth. This horse showed he could be forward.
Yes, and he's been on the pace before, both sprinting and going a bit longer. He's shown that he can handle a mile okay. He's never actually won at the 7 furlongs, though, and obviously, as we often talk about, these are lower-level horses. They're not the winningest types. He's getting a big warm-up out there on the track, but he has the ability to be forward, and I would think that that would be in his best interest, as he was further off of it, though breaking on top last time out.
Finale coming up. Let's get back to Nolo Contesto and more from Maggie.
Yeah, Nolo Contesto is one of my dudes. He doesn't win that often, but he always makes a great impression. And he did have an excuse exiting his last race, in which he did not get away well. Then he rushed up, then he checked severely. So really his race was over from the get-go. So I'm going to try with him yet again here for Rob Atras, 3rd off the claim. He just looks phenomenal. And sometimes it's all about who you're facing, and against this field, he really was a standout. Now, to his inside, I do think there are some merits for number 6, Winter's Ghost, and he actually looks a little bit better as far as his weight, as far as his hind end is concerned, because last time I saw him, he just kind of looked peaked. He wasn't carrying the weight that you want to see a horse do so. In their hind end as he takes another drop in class here. And I just think that has been resolved, and he's not necessarily my type. So I'm never going to necessarily pick him, him versus Nolo Contesto. I'm taking Nolo Contesto every single time. But again, there's reasons to like him. Now, a horse that could be forward in here going the 7 furlongs, and at least looking at the warm-up that Rod Ortiz Jr. has given number 3, High Heat, you would hope that he is. Now, he has been a scratch twice prior to getting into this race, once for private vet illness, once by regulatory vet for lameness. Now, like I said, moving pretty well out there and physically looks great. My biggest problem with him, though, is the 7 furlongs. I've just never thought that he's a horse that really is well suited to this distance. So we'll see. As you see, Arad keeping him moving, trying to keep him loose, Greg.
Yeah, so we'll see what we get here from High Heat, who, in the past has been very quick and forward. We'll see if that's what we get from him today.
And he's a 6-year-old now. You think about it, if
I was a ballerina for many years. If I go to dance now, I'm going to need a little bit of a longer warm-up than I previously did before you're able to get into some of the activity that you're used to doing. So I think wise where I read to keep this horse moving, keep him warming up out there on the track and getting a good warm-up going there. And we'll see how he's able to navigate the 7/8 today, finishing third last time out at this distance. But I think his best races have indeed come a bit shorter.
Here we go. Got our only price, really, of the day in the last race in our feature. Lisa's Vision for David Dugen, 11-1. What will happen here? Nolo Contesto has become your favorite. It's looked pretty good warming up.
He did. He is a very handsome horse, as Maggie touched on. He's always one that is visually appealing.
Major excuse for the last race. Before that, third beat a length against Better. Winner's Ghost, though, is a real threat next door.
Yeah, I think in large part because of that speed and the drop in class from Winter's Ghost. He runs that race 2 starts back. He's a major contender in here. Was running against some little bit of tougher company at Tampa back earlier at the start of the year, and he's kind of found his form here up in New York.
3, 6, 7, 10. It looks sort of like race goes through that foursome.
It does. Those are the major players, I think. But as we often talk about at this level of race, anything can happen. Who's going to show up? Maybe they're not the most consistent types. And as far as the pick 6 is concerned, if you're alive with a ticket, best of luck for any of the main contenders that you have.
Yeah. Close it out here. Hopefully you had Lisa's Vision in that last. That was the kind of separator race. There's Ricardo Santana Jr. Nolo Contesto, your 5-2 favorite. And here to close out this pick 6 Thursday card. Adjusting those goggles, Rob Atris Barn. I really thought Classic Mark II major player and gets that cozy outside spot here.
He does. Going the 7 furlongs is a positive. We talked about the wide trip that he had last time. Christopher Elliott's gotten the opportunity to get to know this horse, and he won the opener for Wayne Potts, and we'll look to bookend the card today with a horse that Ryder is familiar with, and first off the claim for the trainer.
It's got good tactical speed too. There's the 6, Winner's Ghost, Ruben Silvera. Expect him to be aggressive. They get him in line. We are set. What will happen in this final leg of this pick 6 carryover? Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Stowe. High Heat. Prince James. Prince James goes in. Here's Union Lights. Bust and Shout. Classic Mark. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Hoppy in the air at the start was Prince James, the early trailer. Speed right to the front from High Heat and towards the inside. Prince of Joy is in that early mix too. These two speed off together as Winter's Ghost is just off of them in third. They're bunched up in behind the leader, who's now High Heat, who's kicked on is well clear, up by 3/4 of a length. Here comes the run from Winter's Ghost, is now taking the 2 path, 3 wide. That's Nolo Contesto. Center of the racetrack moving forward is Honorary Degree, and at the rail in 5th, that's Prince of Joy, who broke with the leader, but is now back to the 5th position. Underdrive is Bust and Shout in between horses. And behind them, that's Classic Mark towards the tail end of the field. Here's the move from the back from Union Lights. Is going to circle horses as 5 wide, but is passing rivals quickly. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. The 2 trailers, Bronx Bomber and Prince James. The leader is High Heat. It's High Heat doing it nicely, is in hand. Herad Ortiz Jr. has barely asked High Heat, and High Heat is now up by 2. Approaching a quarter mile left to go. They are lined up in behind the leader, High Heat, who hugs the rail, kicks for home. Wide run still, Union Lights down the center of the racetrack, and Classic Mark is right there, is taken second. High Heat has not come back to the field yet. Classic Mark is within range, is trying to reel in this leader as they approach a final furlong. It is still High Heat. Classic Mark is catching with every single stride, approaching that final 16th. High Heat, Classic Mark, lunging late. High Heat almost there. Classic Mark, High Heat will hold on. High Heat wins it over Classic Mark. Prince James, they're in a photo with Nolo Contesto in 1 minute 24.57 seconds.
High Heat turns the tables on Classic Mark. That was a sloppy sealed track, fast going today, and different story.
And you could see that maybe the 7 furlongs, he was trying every step in the stretch, holding on. High Heat, but aggressively handled by Irad Ortiz. This horse broke sharp. And we talked about the extensive warm-up that Irad gave him in the preliminaries, put him right on the front end, and so he was able to control things. And I think that that's certainly a benefit for a horse trying to get a little bit longer distance than maybe he prefers. And then we did see Classic Mark, in fact, his stablemate, kind of getting to him late in the stages there. But Wayne Potts running 1-2, and Irad Ortiz and High Heat holding on.
3:10, 4-7. High Heat at 4-1 to close things out. And Irad Ortiz Jr. having a productive Thursday afternoon by about a head margin in the end. 124-2 for the 7/8. Pretty logical finale.
Yes, indeed, as he was able to hold on, and like I said, the barn running 1-2, but I think you could kind of see the intent that we talk about with warm-ups, and that was evident with what Irad Ortiz was doing with High Heat and the way that this horse broke and putting him right on the front end, and he was able to hold on late when it counted.
So barn bragging rights. High Heat able to turn the tables and get the win in the process this time around. Classic Market outfinished him last time, but wound up second. 4-1 over 7-2 over 6-1 here in this finale. And High Heat closes things out. Wayne Potts barn taking the first and the last.
Good way to spend a Thursday. Nothing wrong with that.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll have the prices when we come back. Over $7,000 coming back to you in the Pick 6 if you had this one. It's High Heat to close out our Thursday action here on Fox Sports 2. We'll be back with more right after this. Stay with us.
Jockey's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jockey's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jockey's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Welcome back as we see High Heat make his way into the winner's circle here on America's Day at the Races, as he led them every step of the way for Wayne Potts, who picks up his second on the card and guided to victory by Rod Ortiz, also with another win. But I'm pleased to be joined by part of the ownership group with High Heat, Joe Iris and Al Knoll to my left. And guys, nice little trip up from Jersey Shore.
Thank you. Yes, it was a very profitable, very nice day up here. We had it's a little cold, but we had a good time. Thank you.
Absolutely. And Al, we saw this horse kind of, knocking on the door a little bit down in Monmouth and got his head down just in time to win.
It's just we had Irad ride him here. We were thrilled with that. He ran okay. It was a sloppy track, but today, with Irad running, when he turned from home, I blacked out. I don't remember anything. I don't know what happened, but to have Irad ride him was a thrill for us as well.
And really, what we've talked about it on this show, Joe, is that, Irad, it doesn't matter if it's a 10K claimer or a $10 million race. You're always going to get 1,000%.
That's true. He does do that. He goes all out, and that's a plus. We've seen a couple of times where other people may not do that, but he rides right to the wire no matter what, and that's exciting for us.
And I know you blacked out, but for the first part of the race, Al,
it was great.
On the lead, that's how this horse wants to run.
He wants to run on the lead. The quarters was pretty quick for him, 23 flat. So I was just hoping, but when he turned for home and he was up by 2, I was very happy at that point. That's when I blacked out.
Absolutely. Well, I know you got to get home, but is this call for a celebratory dinner?
Oh, definitely. We're going to find a place where we have to get our wives. We'll bring them out and we'll go someplace nice. But we want to thank Wayne and his team too. Wayne and his team does a great job. Robert and everybody else, they really work hard on the horses and the grooms and everybody. They really, and this, they take care of the horses. They're with them 24/7. So I want to thank all of them.
Well, we want to thank our wives and daughters because they're with us 24/7.
Al, you are one of my favorite guys. I agree with
see
that.
You down in Monmouth, Maggie. Or Saratoga, either one.
It's a date. Well, safe trip home, guys, and well done.
Maggie. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, it's been nice to see some familiar Jersey Shore faces here at the Big A. Greg?
Congrats to the connections. High Heat, it doesn't matter what kind of race it is, as she said. Getting in that winner's circle, it is so difficult. You got to appreciate it when it happens.
It's not an easy thing to do. It really is true. And especially when you look at how High Heat was able to dig in and just hold on late over his stablemate classic mark. But that's one of the beauties of this game. That's why we do it. We're all chasing that experience of having the opportunity to be in the winner's circle and celebrating. That's what it's all about.
$7,051 in Lisa's vision. The only real surprise in the sequence.
Yeah, big price, $25.40 in the sequence. Well done if you had it, $7,000. Hope you put that for a nice vacation or something. Like that.
It's carryovers. That's why they are must plays. So good luck to everyone who was able to put that together. Quite a few stakes coming up this weekend. One of them, this on Sunday, named after such a good superstar in Tapit, one of her 6 greater Group 1 wins. It's the Breeders' Cup Mile against the boys back in 2015.
And she was able to beat the boys. She was able to win at Royal Ascot. She was just amazing. What a tremendous race mare she was. She had so many fans, and rightfully so. Just as we talked about how you're not supposed to win by open lengths on the turf when you break your maiden, you're not supposed to win by open lengths on the turf when you're running in the Breeders' Cup against the boys like that. Yeah.
Man, that's just how good she was. Incredible. What a career. $4.4 million plus in earnings, trained by Mark Cassie. And we will have the Tapit Stakes coming up this weekend. Look at the field that will line up. Race 8, mile inner turf for 2-year-old fillies. Purse of $135,000. And Isle of Capri, first time out, Brendan Walsh went off as the favorite in Kentucky Downs at 6.5 furlongs. Was an impressive winner.
She was. Now, as you mentioned, that was at 6.5 furlongs, but kind of the old racing adage is that 6.5 at Kentucky Downs really plays more like a mile in general. So
certainly you would have to think she'd have to be athletic, being able to handle that turf course there, and maybe putting a little bit of stamina in there. But that being said, she's 5 munning. She does have to stretch out for the first time as she steps up into stakes company, but she was in control every step of the way in that debut race.
Meanwhile, Raining Flowers for John Ortiz. And is it Pressure for William Alden? 1-2 when they last met.
Yes, that was in that allowance at Keeneland, and I think Raining Flowers is pretty good. It took her a couple starts to break her maiden. She did so at a big price, but I thought she was impressive when doing that at Saratoga, and then ran very well in the PG Johnson. The top 2 finishers in that race that beat her both ran on to the Breeders' Cup, and so able to come from off of it, win this allowance over Pressure, who is one who's only had a couple starts on the turf. That was only her first start going long on the grass, using that early speed. Raining Flowers, I think, is one who's continuing to progress.
So that's coming up on Sunday action in the Tapit. Preceding that race, 2-year-old fillies, New York breds, and the Key Sense at 6 furlongs. And with the Angels back again, who's been just incredibly dominant for Linda Rice. Perfect 3 for 3.
This race goes through with the Angels. She broke her maiden by 11.5, won the Joseph Gemma by 9 3/4, won the Maid of the Mist by 3 1/4. She's been so dominant. She's never at any stage of the race, you look through her past performances because she has early speed, she's never been passed by a horse. She's never had a horse in front of her, which is incredible when you think about it.
Almost, more than 24 lengths she's won combined. You a little concerned, though, that she did stretch out to the longest she's ever gone, and her figure went backwards a little bit?
Yes, and I think that's fair, but she does cut back to the 6 furlongs in this Key Sense. Maybe she's going to be a better sprinter moving forward. Obviously, she had no problem with it in her maiden and even going to 7 in the Gemma, but she will have to send from the inside post as well, having the rail. She had the rail in the Gemma too. Will rematch with Valtellina, who was disappointing, I should say, going long. I think she will really appreciate the cutback.
Would 1 to 5 be value there on her?
It might be.
She's
with
that
what
good.
she's done so far. Nobody's been able to touch her.
She's been incredible so far for Linda Rice. Jose Ortiz will have the call. We are back tomorrow. Actually, 11 a.m. start. The Brain International Trophy, Nation's Pride, 3-time Group 1 winner will be part of that field. I'll be on for that coverage. And then we're back with America's Day at the Races at noon Eastern start time on Fox Sports 2. So we will see you then. Pick 6 carryover hit. That's an incredible return with really just one price. That was not completely illogical.
No, absolutely not. Some good handicapping there. And like you said, when there's those carryovers, you absolutely want to participate.
All right, again, we'll see you tomorrow, 11 a.m. for that Bahrain International Trophy coverage. 12 o'clock start time for America's Day of the Races. It was Good Long Cry, Second-itis, no more. 4 straight runner-up finishes. Good Long Cry dominant today for George Weaver under Arad Ortiz Jr., Lisa's Vision, David Dugen, Flavian Pratt. Able to get the win and the biggest upset in our Pick 6 carryover sequence today. Congratulations. See you tomorrow starting at 11 a.m.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, continues the momentum with standouts like Ms. Big Bucks.
Ms. Big Bucks gets the victory.
As well as Born Dancer.
Born Dancer, gutsy, and Born Dancer wins it.
And 26 Black, winner at 3 of his last 5 starts.
26 Black has sprinted by. 26 Black, that's your winner.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, New York's #1 turf sire, standing at Rockridge Stud for the 2025 season.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues. cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.